Guten Morgen. Happy Money Monday. It is June 26th. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures today. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Kind of a late start, but it is 9:51. Mark's been open for a little bit. I've been trading like crazy already. Hope you guys had a good weekend. We are here. I'm still kind of setting up for some positions I wanted to enter and exit. So I did that here in the morning. Yeah, happy Money Monday to you. Happy Money Monday. I think I'm pretty well set up. Let's see, I'll get a Discord link. If you guys aren't on Discord, I'll put a link for it in the chat. It's free to join. I'll have it pinned there. And yeah, so my position that I want to get into and out of, close my cash card puts on the Theta Farm and back in with barbecue shares. So like I was saying, this was that level I wanted to break, and I closed out last week because we were below it and hitting resistance, and I was saying if we go above it, then I'm gonna get back in. So here we are above it. I'm thinking this resistance is going to turn into support. However, it doesn't mean we'll come back down and test it. So I just went ahead and got the shares, and I think we're on a breakout mission because we had head and shoulders, and now we are failing that head and shoulders, which is good. That's what we want. We're making higher lows and on our way up. I think this week could be a good week. See, next major resistance I would say is like kind of the 35 area, pretty major. So yeah, it's looking good. I don't even know if there was much news over the weekend with barbecue. Actually, we do have, I think we have a bankruptcy court today, maybe. I'll get caught up with you guys in a sec. All I wanted to see was it basically over that number. If we kind of opened up down here and kind of traded around, I would imagine we would have sold back off and stayed back in this range a little longer. But morning is not that way. We are ripping with good volume as well. So got back into barbecue for some exposure. Less than I had before. A little bit, I guess. Yeah. I guess just slippage and I don't know. Whatever. Not sure. But yeah, I mean, we traded right. Like we closed out here and bought back in here, but I just didn't buy as much. So not all of it was a complete win, I guess, but win overall, I suppose. SPY is kind of making a little double bottom here on the 5-minute. A lot of news to see what's going on. But thank you guys for joining. Good morning, Mo Lava. Morning, Buzzin. Yeah. Good morning, Passing Cloud. Good morning, Bruce. Late to the fireworks. Late to the fireworks. Morning, Moiki. I don't think there's specific news yet. I think there's a bankruptcy court hearing today, another one, so it is a deadline today too, I think, for it. I don't know, we'll have to see. Morning, Tony. Sleeping. Morning, John. I am buying, Tony. You called it, man. You called it. FOMO. No, this was my plan. This was my plan, like I said. Sticking to it. I'm happy about it. Oh, you guys heard the buys? I wasn't listening. I wasn't even thinking the TD buy sounds. Buenos dias, Ace. Bear trap. About the Theta Farm. Tell them about it. Farming. We're not farming. Oh, that was just the interim while I waited for barbecue to set up. All right. So coming up on 10 o'clock. Thank you guys for your likes this morning. Hope you had a good weekend. Hopefully you weren't late like I was. I have a good excuse though. I was having fun with the kids. So I was like, we're having fun. I don't need to push it. Losing money can wait. I think I've got everything set up. I guess the civil war in Russia is not causing a market sell-off, so that is something. We've got some pretty big gappers. Coinbase is up a lot. Pac West is ripping. Lucid's up quite a bit. Yeah, barbecue is up 10%, 25.30. So I like this level. I like it above 23.50 at this point. Don't want to see it really drop below that anymore. And I mean, really on this move, we want to see a higher high than this 35.70. Really want to be closing this 44 gap and retesting even the 55 up here. So that's kind of my my thinking on this rally. I think we're set up for another one of these moves right here. So yeah, see where we go. It'll take some time though. It won't probably all be today. See. GME is up. Oh, that's General Motors is up 1.5. You look like it gap down. It's up 0.3 now. Minute hours, look at SPY here. I like these levels we have in here. What, are you running cash good puts in Pac West, or do you have shares? Oh, thank you, Ace, for the gift membership, man. I don't know why. Is the alert not on? Came in late? Not sure. Melissa Ann. You're the next contestant in Price is Right. Come on down. Yo, Pop Ace, a big hug. There's new high of the day on the SPY. Cool. Barbecue 2510 holding up above VWAP. Again, this was the big level here, this 2350, and looks like we kind of gapped above it maybe, and then filled the gap and came back up. So looking good. I did pick up some more shares today. Closed down the farm for rainy season. Give me up 0.5%. SPY getting wiki. Bet some resistance. Oh, this is previous support back here on SPY. Morning, Cameron. $5 this week? I don't know about that. Let's see, IP down 2%. Consolidating that range, so good. Problem. Coin is up 7. Nice. GTI is up 6.5. Got run is up. Finally, these ones from last week just selling off. GNS is up 4.25. Making another RSI divergence. Yes. Crazy, yeah. Third RSI divergence here now on it. Keep making lower lows in the chart, and this RSI keeps making higher lows. So, still has a tiny gap down there. Love that to get filled. But I am liking GNS. Might not get filled. IronNet isn't a trend up. It definitely is. Tempted to try and figure out how to move some capital around to get some IronNet also. Up is up, Redfin's up, Wayfair, Tilray. Morning, David. Barbecue, 25 cents. Hanging out above VWAP. Looks like it's trying to make a new high, maybe. Yep, new high of the day there on Let's Buy. Or 3506 is probably next resistance for SPY. It was Friday's high. AMC's up 1%. Getting real close to that $4 even level where it needs to bounce. Would not be good for AMC. The long side if it doesn't bounce there. Beyond is down 3%. Coin's up 7. Dish is up 1/4. Paysafe up 1%. Peloton's up 2.6. Companion's flat. Got finger motion up 12.25. You guys still in finger? Had a nice rally. I'm liking IronNet. Not just a one-day pump this time. We're in something like this, which I think is a pretty big move percentage-wise. Overall, yeah, it's 251%. Hard to tell on this chart, but yeah, this thing makes big moves. So right now it's up 50-something% from the bottom. Got Groupon up 8. Oh, nice bounce on the 50 moving average for Groupon. Goes up 7. Lucid with a big bounce. Okay. Aston Martin shares rev up after Lucid deal. Lucid stock bounces off a record low after Aston Martin agrees to pay $232 million as part of supply agreement. Lucid gets stake in Aston Martin and will supply batteries for luxury car maker. Huh. It's a stake in Aston Martin. Interesting. I kind of wicking up there with some volume. Probably moving back down to VWAP. Barbecue 10%, 25.30. New high there on barbecue, 25.36, up 10.2. A little flush through VWAP. Take a long here. Barbecue 25.45, up 10.5. Oh, my neck. Whew. GNS, my boy. Are you getting back in GNS? Yeah, I mean it's at a nice spot. Like, if it gets cheaper, I don't know. I guess there is some lower supports, but if it's just filling that gap, it's pretty close to filling that gap. If it's coming all the way back down to the lows of 30 cents, then yeah, you can get a lot cheaper. But the chart looks bullish. Like, got 3 RSI divergences still. To have more confirmation, you'd want to see it like fully break out. This kind of, but you're gonna miss quite a bit by then. So that's where the RSI divergence is kind of a nice front runner. Um, 25.50, 10.8%. I come down a little bit more. Peloton up 2% now. Vulcan's up 5.8. What's going on with PacWest? Why the gap up? PacWest sells loan portfolio to Ares Management deal that generates $2 billion to improve liquidity. So it's like good and bad. It's like sketchy because they're kind of in trouble, seems like still. But it's good because they're taking care of it. See if you get kind of an inverse head and shoulders here on SPY. Head, shoulder, the shoulder. Otherwise, those are some big wicks. The borrow fee on barbecue came down a little bit. Still looking good though. It's gonna fluctuate. It's gonna go up just like a stock chart where it goes up and comes down a little bit, goes up, and usually it kind of has that sort of move. Not as much as stocks, but you still get it some. So it's at 67%, which is kind of where it was trending a lot last week, the 60 range. And they ran out of shares, or iBarrow shows that. And then when they came back online with shares, it was up to 80 and then 90%. But now it looks like their shares available and it's back in the 60s. So it's looking good. It's looking good. Coming back up there. Me up 0.8. Runs up 4%. Nice, look at that chart, bouncing right on that level we have. So it is still trying to stay above this breakout. Open. Groupon's got 9%. This was a hard chart to read. Hard for me. GME up 1%. Fingers ripping. Almost 20% there. There it is, 20%. That $4. The next level up on here. Wow. Yeah, but you guys have mentioned this in chat a few times. The 4124 and then kind of 4.5. You've got a little room to run, a little room to gallop. All These horses and nowhere to gallop. Name that movie. 25.74, almost 12% on barbecue. That is awesome. Give me 1.25. Yeah, SLG it was ripping too, wasn't it? SLG? No, it was wasn't SLG. Yeah, I've been, you guys have mentioned this for some reason. This is like a REIT, isn't it? I'm worried that this one's getting hyped a bit. IP down 1.9. Barbecue holding there. GME 1.2. Got GNRC calls that are up today. Nice. 3.2. Nice. Beyond. Just sold calls on Friday, I guess. Thought we were about to rally this week. Still good. Still early. What's going on here? FLT is up 1.9. If we build kind of a little right shoulder here on SPY. Sure, Palantir 1.7. I'm up on these. I'm considering getting out. Yeah, I could put it all into barbecue. Buy back down to VWAP. I just got stopped out. Okay, I'm out of my Palantir bearish play. Not really the right day to be closing on a green day. I'll hold on to the Confluent one. Root. Root's at 11 bucks. How's this thing progressing? No new news on Root. Howdy, Sahin. Thanks, man. Nice, well done. Lucid puts, and Lucid just played it both ways. Yeah, if you timed that news right, had a nice sell-off. Then you got a catalyst for news this morning. That is neat. Let's see. Let's see here. Where is Les Spy going? Kind of looks like it's rejecting that breakout level. But we still could be an uptrend. It's just flagging. Be a little double bottom here. Got pretty lucky, yeah. Yep. It indeed. That loosens up 11.8. Finger. It kind of came back down to VWAP there. ISPO is up 7.25. Wait, do we have something to listen to today? Do we have a bankruptcy thing on barbecue? Trade spotters been hyped about root since then. From TA? Back here? Tomorrow? Oh, the lease is at 10? Yeah, the pump and dump lawsuit. Yeah, that's. I thought that was always dropped. It's pumped up lawsuit against RC from his original, but it's getting dismissed today. That's at 10 a.m. Or what time? Lease is today at 10 a.m. or p.m. Assuming it's 10 a.m. Okay, and news on. Yeah, that expanded home insurance. That's right. I dance around at VWAP now. I have to be patient. I need more trades on this thing. Wait it out a bit. Down 4.5. And I was actually trying to close long position on here Friday. It never filled. It's fine to be patient on it, so here we are. Be more patient on it. Belly's up 2. Spy's coming down a bit. And he's down 2.5. GME's up 0.8. Seventh in next hearing. Tomorrow. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, we should get like a filing or something for it, shouldn't we? Or is there not? It was dismissed today. So why that's hype for people is because potentially now that that's over, he can talk about it. Is that right? I guess I don't understand why that even matters. GME kind of moved down to VWAP there a little bit. Point 4. C 1.5. You're painting down 1.8. Sun's up 2.8. Saves flat. Neo's pretty much flat. Oh, Dish. Dish broke that low. Broke the $6. Not that good. 590 broke. Down 4.5. I think it's still a nice trend up. And down here a little bit. There, SPY's coming down. Wait for a little pullback and probably grab a short on it. Kind of just chopped around up here, not really clear head and shoulders. You could have seen it, but it's, yeah. Let's see, beyond. Spy's coming down there. See if we get to the low of the day test. Barbecue moving up more. 14.13%, 26.25. I've got 26.90 as next resistance up here. There. Right about there, yeah. That is neat. $26.50 on barbecue. That's 15%. That's how you read it. Nice, that's a good read. Good morning, Dayway. Morning, Mohammed. I don't think there's any news yet. No. They did have their financial statement last week. It was pretty good. The 3,000% were golden. Eyes coming down. Barbecue's going up 16%. 26.90. There it is. 17%. So this might be a first little resistance here. is 29.89. 30 cents really. 30 and then 35. A fruit fly in here. 27 cents on barbecue, up 17.3. Flies coming down. See if it makes kind of an inverse cup and handle here. $27.35. Barbecue broke that resistance. Up 18.3%. I'm about to inhale this fruit fly, I can tell. Getting ready to just suck down my throat. Full of vitamins and minerals. Is there a fruit? .6. I'm tempted to sell a call on there again. A 135 call. Eyes coming down. Oh, flushing through the low of the day. Interesting. Coming to pre-market low maybe. Or we're just gonna wick here. If we get a handle, it'll probably be back up to like 433, 433 and a half. Yeah. Like that. John's down 5%. He's down. Now down 0.5%. Barbecue almost 20%. 27.49. This thing wants 30 cents today. At least 29.89. Eyes bounce a little bit there. Probably grab some puts if we make this handle. 27.70. Barbecue moving up 20%. Almost back to flat. Barbecue hanging out up there. Almost 20%, 1943, 747. Or Cuban pie. No news. No news. It looks good. Looking good last week. Looking good since we bounced on that 1755. So just continuing its uptrend. Longer term uptrend is still intact. Broke out of the head and shoulders today. As a matter of fact. They did have their financials that came out last week, but kind of already saw the reaction from that. So yeah, they got rid of a bunch of debt so far. Typically bullish when it just sits at the new high. I mean, it's kind of hard to read on such small time frames on a OTC because it's just illiquid and it just gaps around. So that's why it's just sitting there. There's not much trades going on. But yeah, I mean, that's just good momentum. But you see, I mean, you see the time in sales. It's 100 shares, 21 shares, 1 share, There's 25,000 shares. So yeah, easily one transaction, you could dump it back down to VWAP. But the bullish for me was that we're above this 2350 level this morning. That's why I started buying in. That was the level I was looking for it to break. It didn't break it last week, so I did take off my risk and waited for it to break. And yeah, as long as we stay above that 2350, I think we're looking good. And take profits for me. I'll probably be taking profits again at some point. I don't, unless this thing just really starts accelerating where it's like, okay, I can hold for a while. But yeah, I mean 29.89. We'll see. 35 cent. Like, we'll just have to see what happens at resistances. They can easily just blow through them. I'm kind of hopeful that we break this resistance on this run. That's 35 cents that we hit since OTC, this high of OTC. So with that, we'd probably see a gap fill at least up to 44 cents. Be a new OTC high. Buy a lot to make it go up. Yeah, market order. Just kidding. 28 cents it hit. There you go. Wow, wow. I'm moving up. See if we're getting a handle here. Got an awful entry on my short. 28.66. There's 24.5% on barbecue. That is neat. Well, I can pace Ape's chart. MC up 1.25. This is where SPY would form its handle if it's going to. $28, $89, 25% on barbecue. $0.29, up 26% now. SPY back to VWAP. Barbecue. Maybe making its first red candle in the last 35 minutes. 30 minutes. I could make its handle right here on VWAP, really. Okay. Window might be getting formed. Yeah, I did get some puts too. Got some daily 432s. Oh. $28.40 on barbecue. Man, I'm glad I was decisive this morning. Followed that rule at least. The chart didn't necessarily look good at all. These big double dojis and big wicks. I was like, it's ugly, but I was buying it all through here. Like, we're above the price. Gotta do it and go for it. Like barbecue slowing down a little bit. See if it pulls back at some point. I'll have a VWAP test at least today. Runs up 3.7. Barbecue 20% still. Little consolidation up here for VWAP hold or 25% support. Oh, it needs to be fixed? Okay, thanks, bud. Oh, not this one. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, I like that handle. Submarine season 2. No, I don't think so. I think you'll probably see the stock sell off though, even without anything bad happening. I got into my short calls on GNRC. So those are 135s I shorted. Which, kind of aggressive, I guess. But it's just too nice of a play not to do it. That turned this into a spread. Yeah, I gotta do that. That makes my max profit on this play 761. I have a 130 call, a short 135. So, yeah. See what happens here. 135 is little resistance. If it breaks that though, yeah, it'll be good. 140, 141. And I'll either roll it up or on a red day if it's green, buy to close it. Nice play, Tree. Well done. Or not Tree, Ace. Not Ace. Yes, I'll change your names too. Friggin' Al. Sterling Archer. Here comes Spy. Barbecue consolidating a bit. Still up 20%. VWAP is at 2648. Buy cup and handle on the inverse looks nice. So I'll close some of the puts. Probably low of the day. But yeah. I have 4, so maybe 1 at the low of the day. Poison. You can't get over the moves of the upside. You're never in here asking why is it down on news. It's like, why do stocks go up and down? I just look at TA. Yeah, it could be fundamental, it could be technical. Could be someone had an itch to buy barbecue. Could be obligations, rollovers, swaps. This isn't a squeeze, this is 20%. There's a breakout level. I mean, at the chart, it's like very clear. We had resistance here, rejected it multiple times. Today, they open up above it. Like, doesn't mean necessarily have to just rip, but that's a big technical break. But they also could like it, you know, it could be from the financials came out last week. I don't know. Good volume this morning. Look at that. Huge volume this morning. Buys coming down. Cost to borrow is high. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things that say, oh yeah, it's from this, it's from that. Thursday's FOMO for some reason just showed up like 5 days late. Yeah, it could be that. I don't even know what that FOMO on Thursday would be from, but you can speculate all you want on why the stock's up 17%. Bouncing off the VWAP there, which is good. Nice high level. Could break through it. Like to see, again, my support's 2350. Like to see that hold at the very least. I think it'll probably hold higher, maybe 25 cents. This handle, if we break, I mean, we've kind of made the inverse cup and handle. Break of this 432, and you've got some room to run to 430. Oh, could still see quite a bit of downside today. That fails. 428. Just have to see if we bottom out here or not. puts are up 50%. Thing is, I'm only going to do one trade on the dailies on SPY today, so I have to be very patient. My entry and my exit. So, why I'll try and scale out. But yeah, I think it's a pretty clear structure there. All right. All right. I closed one of the four, but now it's looking. Might want to flush through. Barbecue's holding up nice. Nice little bounce on VWAP. GME up 0.5%. Bankrupt First Republic. Ripping. Still up 9.6. NRC up 3.3. Roots down 1.3. I'm starting to come down a little bit. I kind of want to hold. Hold. Big lots up 1.5. I did close some on the farm today. Putting that on the members, the Theta Farm members. Both profitable. All right, just updated those. Eyes coming down a little more. I didn't see a large reason for the shareholder lawsuits. I don't feel like that's usually a reason for it to sell off, honestly. You just see those after you have big sell-offs, and especially with there's a catalyst like the short report. So I don't feel like that affects the causes the sell-off really. That's the sell-off causes the lawsuits. All right, SPY's coming down, new low of the day. Excuse me. Stay safe down now. Almost 3. SPY just creeping down. Nice and easy. Got 5 minutes till Euro close. Thought I held those puts. Might sell one more here. Kind of at the low of the day. Oh, I should sell one more. Does this count as a day trade though? I can get multiple exits, can't I? First to 30. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. It is consolidating nice though. Already up almost 18%. Okay, close one more. Got 2 left. And flash of red, you see that? I guess you guys can't see the time in sales. Still melting down. Kind of bear flagging down here. Kind of held this trend line. Starts to break to the upside. Look for a little inverse head and shoulders or something. Might be starting to get now. Yeah, I'm out of my puts. And I'm out of the futures. Go long on the future. Bugger, I had a stop limit in there, so it rejected it. Had to cancel that to get back in it. Oh well. Looking good. Still good entry. GME back to VWAP. Barbecue just consolidating. 27.84 up 21%. Looking good still. Alright, upside on SPY. High of the day. Gotta break through VWAP first. 43.35 or 45. Break high of the day. Got 44.35. And then where the gaps up here? Yeah, I've got some gaps to the upside. Look here. So this bigger inverse cup has basically formed. Yeah, so this was the low from Powell. So we've made that inverse cup. We'll see now if we get a long handle formed. So we might just have a bullish week, honestly. We get a hand because we'll get a retrace. Gap fill 435, 75 maybe. Maybe even all the way up to like 436. You see kind of an inverse head and shoulders here maybe though. Shoulder head. Barbecue 28.25 plus 22.83%. Thank you guys for your thumbs up. I appreciate it. We're at 21 on the day. We just had a European close 5 minutes ago. Thank you for those likes. GME is now green. Barbecue looks like it wants to bust out to the upside. MC's up 1.5. Dish still down 2.5. Hoping it's a kind of a false breakout to the downside. 'Cause not a whole lot of volume here either. But it did make a new low there. New multi-year low. Day safe down 3.5 now. Opinion down 1.75. That was me. Barbecue 28.50. You have to wait till you have to wait till Wednesday to day trade on the Webull account. I think I'm gonna change this one to a cash account. Try and see what we can do. A small account challenge. Very small account. Barbecue 28.51. Eyes making that inverse head and shoulders. I sold off there. New low of the day. I missed my exit. Wait for this bounce. Looks like we're just in a channel now. The downward channel. Guess you can kind of stay still cup and handle move, but no, it retraced too far. Have a downward channel. Lower lows, lower highs. Wait for a retrace and close out. Exit came back down. Retested it. Very interesting. Well, barbecue's held up nice. How about VWAP? Pulled GME down that flush. Morning, Tasty. Or afternoon. Some will exercise. I mean, you want to be over 50 cents for it to make sense. Consolidating down here. Sorry, kitty. My AC is acting up. I had to go mess with it. It sucks because I missed my exit on that long on the future, and I wasn't far enough away from my price to put out a stop loss. So yeah, I'm just riding it for a bit, waiting for an exit. GNS getting a nice bounce there. Up 8.5. 77.25, yeah. Third RSI divergence. Takeoff point. Fingers taking off, man. It's up 14.5%, and it's 4x almost in like 2 weeks. So, not sure what kind of takeoff you're looking for. You can sell, I think. I don't have any left. Hardly ever had any, but I think you can still sell. Well, no, there's not probably enough liquidity to sell them. I'm sure you could exercise them though. Might have to call your brokerage. But when you open up that contract, you were agreeing, and they were agreeing to basically sell you the shares at that price. So As long as it hasn't expired, you still have that contract. You still have them on the hook. No. Could be setting up an inverse head and shoulders here too, with head, shoulder. Yeah, we didn't really holding the butt. We just wicked below that support from the other day. That's down 8.6. Ugly. Barbecue back down to VWAP. Mark my calendar for tomorrow. That works, huh? Looks like a little bear flag. But let's see. We have an RSI divergence there still, so I do like that for a bottom. In fact, I might even try and pick an average into here. Yeah, I like it. Choppy day though so far. %2 down on GME. Nvidia's down over 4%. Certainly. US President Biden has just said that the West had nothing to do with Russia's Wagner revolt. What? Why does he feel the need to defend that? 150 billion in equities for sale at month quarter end, JP Morgan. Biden says US was not involved in Russia. US made clear it was not involved in Russia. US had prepaid. What in the world? Mistype. Prepaid? Or range of scenarios on Russia. Oh, to prepay? I don't know, maybe two prepaid. Goldman Sachs currently down 6 consecutive days, on track for the longest losing streak since December 2022. Currently down 7 of the past 8 days. Banks are starting to feel it. Morgan Stanley currently down 6 consecutive days, on pace for the longest losing streak since October 2022. Down 7 of the past 8 days. Recession occurs, S&P 500 would fall 23% to 3,400, Goldman Sachs has said. That just puts us back to the lows, like, from last year. Why would this be a recession and this was not? I mean, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says, see falling odds the US will tip into a recession this year. We're not going to tip into it. See, she's safe. We're going to crash into it. I said we weren't going to tip into it. Ukraine took a lot of land. Interesting. Took some of their land back. Moved those fences back that have been getting moved by Russia for decades. Publishers Clearinghouse settles with US for $18.5 million for misleading consumers. Merely a flesh wound for the clearinghouse. WHO is preparing to release reports on safety of aspartame. Be looking forward to that release. Amazon cloud unit to invest nearly $8 billion in Ohio. Is that they have a server farm out there? In Ohio land? He's setting up a right little shoulder over here. NBY was Zip's pick this morning. Nova Bay Pharma. Nice rounding bottom formation there. Down 2. Where you at, Archer? US plans to announce as soon as Tuesday a new military aid package for Ukraine worth up to $500 million, including ground vehicles. What about the like $8 billion or whatever we just accidentally secretly sent to them? Why don't you just take it off of that tab instead of sending another $500 million? A rolling recession in the economy has turned into a rolling expansion for Ed Yardeni. Doha and Dubai have the most applicants per LinkedIn job ad after 1 week. 2/3 of businesses are concerned about the impact of the cost of living crisis on employees' mental health. What about on their actual health? All right, see if we get a little right-handed shoulder here if we're just going to have a reversal. Still have this RSI divergence, which is bullish. Done with my options for the day though, so I'm just trading the futures now. No more. I mean, there's some. I guess it's kind of like leverage. It's really just like margin though. It's linear the way they move.
And 110, you didn't have to be exact, right? And so instead of doing two put calendars, he did 1 and 1 to make 2 put calendars. So just a different way to look at it, an imaginative way to get to the 112 strike.
Yeah, and we got
imaginative way
just below 120 and about 107 at or near those levels. But a good look at a directional type of double calendar here, but using both put sides on this. Remember, you got some assignment risk on those short options going into expiration, but you got 53 days until that August expiration, so you got plenty of duration on that example trade. All right, thanks to
27 cents on barbecue, up 17.4.
After the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Landon Swan from
Stop looking at me, Swan.
For discussion on Walgreens, which is struggling this year amid the market rally, and reports earnings tomorrow morning ahead of the opening bell. Stick around. Fast Market's coming right back.
Oh, see if this shoulder forms. Need to find some support here. I'll have the divergence. Okay, okay. DHL keeps shipping back and forth. That's annoying. 6 billion counting. Oh yeah, 6 billion, not 8. So we sent him then $500 million for the troubles as an apology. Sorry for the mistake of the extra 6 billion. Here's 500 million. Please forgive us. Please, please. ESG. Yeah, I think it's another great way to ruin an economy. A great tool to use to destroy a nation. Supply's coming down a bit. Still in this selling channel. Maybe we'll get a third RSI divergence. Oh. Perhaps a shoulder here. What in the world? Got like an ID monitoring alert. Like identity theft. Your personal information was identified in a data exposure associated with Robinhood.com. The data was located on the dark web in March 2022. You guys ever seen this? What? Jade Straits got married? Congratulations, man. I just put it on media. Finger motion consolidating up here, up 16% above VWAP. Ebet's up 8.5. ENS still kind of climbing up a little bit, 7%. Higher NT kind of came down, still up 3.5.
far as price goes. But Landon, have you guys seen any data on this slippage that's become a big term word out there for investors and anybody that follows the retail sector? You know, where you go into a Walgreens or a CVS now, and deodorant's locked up, and razors and everything is basically locked up, and they're closing stores in major cities, Chicago, San Francisco, all the hot spots for theft inside. Have you guys seen any data on that?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the sentiment turn fairly negative because those kind of things get headlines. I mean, even if it's not happening where you live, it does get a lot of headlines. So we have to kind of take that with a grain of salt because we don't know the actual impact because everybody's talking about it on social media. But it's definitely a reality. And, you know, we could go for a couple hours on the politics of it, but we'll save that for another time. But yeah, I mean, you get to the point where it's difficult to shop in a store and you have to go ask the clerk, hey, I'd like to buy some deodorant. Can you unlock this, please? You're not going back to that store. It's a convenience store, basically. And if it's inconvenient...
So we fully made that inverse cup.
It's not what it
We should be bouncing around here
so, yeah,
if we're going to make this handle.
And that's, you know, it's either figuring it out with better security or more likely just moving out of those places and closing stores. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, but it's absolutely weighing on them for sure.
Yeah, definitely them and CVS on that. All right, great stuff. Great data as always, Landon. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, that's Landon Swan, co-founder at Likefolio.
Stop looking at me, Schwan.
This stock is just off of, from last month, hit 11-year lows.
Yeah.
On this one, you mentioned the potential dividend payout, 6% dividend yield. That's pretty high as the stock's fallen. That yield rises a little bit if it gets paid out. I mean, how do you want to look at this from an example perspective?
Yeah, the dividend, we don't know what they're going to do with the dividend. We have but as an investor, you have to be cognizant of that, right? If they're paying out more in dividend than they make, something's got to give there. They're either going to make a great recovery or that dividend's going to have to go down, but we have no knowledge on that. So now, you're right, the stock is at or near significant lows, which means a lot of the bad news has been discounted in this name, right? And CVS, if you look at them, their charts are very similar. So everything we're saying about Walgreens Boots Alliance, we could be saying about CVS. Now, let's get to the trade. It's hard. This
Nickel's
is not
down
a big
14.
premium name, which makes you shorten up some of the duration of things you do. I'm trading this week, Tom. I'm looking at the paper money trade where I did the iron condor, but I did a $1 iron condor, Tom. I went to the expected move on the downside. That's the 30.29 put vertical, $1 wide. On the upside, 33.34 call vertical. Tom, it's trading 41 cents. 40 cents, 41 cents, which if you're using 30 cents as that threshold per dollar, it's a really good return.
Week down here.
It's only a $1.
AI still selling off, 3.5% down today.
Probably do more of them, right? But the return on this is a pretty attractive looking trade. But if it makes a big move, either on the downside or the upside, that's where the risk is on this trade. You're looking for a trade in between 33.40 and in between 29.60, Tom.
Right. Let's break this.
Only up 0.5%
short
now.
term, just an earnings type play, iron condor.
SPY,
This week,
almost a
4
new
days
low of the
till
day.
expiration, selling the 33.34 call vertical and then selling the 30.29 put vertical, collecting roughly about a 40-cent credit. That makes your risk $60 per spread, and that's outside of 34 on the upside and outside of 29 on the downside. Kevin mentioned those break evens. Got some assignment risk on those short options into expiration on this one. But the amount of credit that you're collecting per $1 width of iron condors, now it's 4 legs, so you've got some transaction costs, no commissions on those, so you've got to take that into consideration. The option market's pricing in about $1.75, $1.80 move either way in this one, but if it consolidates, this is a type of strategy that can be profitable in this, where you want it to remain between those break evens just below 30 and just above 33 on the short iron condor for a neutral strategy example. All right, take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Moderna, which was upgraded today.
Wow, he says that funny.
8-month lows just last Friday.
Moderna.
Right back after this short break.
Barbecue, little pop there. 27.88. I think RC's hearing was this morning at 10. BlackRock Vanguard just invest because of pension plans? Hmm? All right, there's a new low. Still in this downward channel. So that RSI divergence has failed. There is another one here now setting up though. Just gap over this one. That low to that low. And this low to this could be low. It's not a low yet, we'll see.
Strongest performer of United being up 41% year to date, Americans up 28% year to date, and then Delta's up 30%. So it doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense to me because it's not like we're seeing Delta and Southwest as the clear laggards. Only Southwest is. Delta's sort of middle of the pack, but Southwest just doesn't really look like the rest of them, frankly, on a year-to-date performance basis.
Yeah, and it was pretty surprising on those notes, Jenny. Underperform on United and American, although they raise the price targets. Is that what we've seen? Because it seemed like demand is still there, and maybe that's going to get extended into 2024.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised also to see that underperform rating, especially when it comes to United, because American has its own fair share of debt it needs to work through. Its balance sheet is a little bit more wobbly, despite the fact that it has performed relatively strong, but United has really had some love from all analysts all year long, which is why we're seeing shares up over 40%. I mean, this is a name that has a new fleet coming. It's been more reliable and consistent with its consumers. I mean, this has been sort of the clear winner of the year, and it also has a great exposure to international and corporate travel, which are the areas that are fairly underpenetrated at this point. So I'm shocked to see that on United. I think it makes sense for American. United is more of the mystery to me.
Yeah, I've got all my miles with American, so I'm at the bottom of the barrel, I guess, on those 4 as far as maybe quality and that performance.
No, this is something we can agree on, because I'm also an American flyer as well. And I think it's great. I mean, I rarely have flights delayed, canceled. I can speak nothing but positively about them.
Go knock on some wood right now, Jenny, because your next flight's going to get delayed.
I know.
All right. Thanks to Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network, breaking down the airline story. They've done well so far this year. But now let's bring in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here. We're talking Moderna, Kevin, and I think this stock's been unloved since the height of the pandemic. Just as I mentioned before, hit 8-month lows just last week, but getting a nice little pop here today on an upgrade. What do you got for us here on Moderna?
Yeah, we are seeing about a 2.8% move to the upside at this point in time here, Tom. But we are seeing UBS actually upgrading the stock to a buy from a neutral with a new price target of $191. Now, that is down from $221, but they do believe that the shares are reflecting the decline of their COVID-19 vaccine sales. And we know that trend has been going lower here over the last year and a half, but they do not believe that the stock reflects what's in its pipeline when it comes to other vaccines. And so they believe that there is some opportunity for the upside here in the near term. We've also seen an environment where the FDA has actually been fairly favorable to a lot of these biopharmaceutical companies with their approvals and their insight when it comes to trying to approve these new age type of vaccines and medications and things of that nature. So I think that's also something that's a bright spot here when it comes to the industry in itself. But some of the pipeline items that Moderna does have is a pediatric RSV vaccine. They also are combining their COVID-19 vaccine with the flu vaccine. They also are working on an HIV vaccine and a Zika virus vaccine as well. So there's some pretty interesting, developments that they have within their pipeline. They just have to go through the approval process, which could take a fair amount of time. And that's where the opportunity lies. But we also know that that's where we see a lot of the volatility when it comes to these biopharmaceutical names. If they do not get approved, we could see a significant drop to the downside. One thing to also note, if you pull up a 5-year weekly chart, it is actually trading around a pretty significant area of support where it has bounced off this area, I want to say about 4 or 5 different times in the last 3 years from what I checked. So from a technical standpoint, you could make a case for it bounce to the upside. I'm not sure if it's going to go back up to what we saw during the height of COVID-19, but from a technical standpoint, maybe a little bit of a bounce to the upside here in the near term is possible.
Kevin, 2 things. The pipeline is so important here. They have several different medicines, vaccines having to do with respiratory illness that are in the pipeline. One of them they think could be as much as $4 to $9 billion in revenue. But here's the other thing, Kevin. When you look at the vaccines and the COVID vaccine, if they're right and the COVID vaccine turns into the same popularity as a flu vaccine, that's half the population. That'll give them plenty of juice going forward and plenty of revenue going forward to keep moving forward with the pipeline. But if they can get the COVID vaccine to the same level of a flu vaccine, that'll just be a recurring level of revenue, right, Kev?
It would be, but Kev, I do believe that they're also going to cannibalize some of their business here as they are trying to combine both vaccines into one. So that's an area where that might encourage maybe those that have taken the first or second vaccine that might be a little bit nervous about, continuing those regimens. Maybe that encourages them to, take the COVID vaccine along with the flu vaccine. But yes, I think over the long term, investors would like to see a little bit of a yearly change, if you will, when it comes to this vaccine and trying to move forward here. I think probably one of the bigger bright spots in their portfolio is the RSV vaccine for children, the pediatric version. That is something that is not actually out there at this point in time, and it is a significant issue that we definitely see here in Colorado. I know out there in Illinois as well, that a lot of parents may be on board if they could be able to vaccinate their children and try to reduce that illness, because that does actually hospitalize a fair amount of kids here, every year.
Yeah, that's definitely grown in magnitude across the country. The RSV, we'll have to continue to watch that. Thanks to Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here on the network, breaking down the Moderna news for us. But Kev, Now, we wanted to look at Moderna just based on the fact that they got the upgrade, 191 down from 221 as far as the price. So they lowered their price target, but I mean, the stock is still, you know, under 120 or at near 120 at this point. So I wanted to look at something that takes advantage of it while still giving myself a cushion to the downside here, Kev. So I looked at just a $3 wide short neutral to bullish put vertical here in Moderna, and going out to that July monthly series where I'm going to sell the 118 strike put, slightly out of the money to the downside, and then buy the 115 strike put. $3 wide, you're collecting roughly about $1 credit. It might be a little bit lower, closer to 95, 90 cents. But the credit that you collect is what you can profit on this one. What you're collecting is about a third the width of the strikes, which is kind of some of the guidelines that people use occasionally to kind of offset what your risk is. And on this one, it would be $2 or $200 per spread if it goes below 115. But that area around 117, 118 has been an area of support that it bounced off of just last week. So looking at it from a technical basis, maybe that becomes an area of support if when you're you know, coming up with these strategies, you try to look for areas like that. But Kevin, what's your take here on, you know, not a simple trade, but just a two-legged neutral to bullish spread to give yourself maybe a little bit of room in case it does revisit those lows?
Passive long deltas, right, via the short put vertical, 8 long deltas, short a little bit of Vega. Remember, some of the problem, if you look at these premiums, overall market-wide volatility is a little lower. So you're going to have to accept this time of the year a little bit lower premiums than you might have. So collecting around $1, that's still what you did. You moved your strikes a little closer to at the money. That gives you a little more premium. Adds to the risk, though. But all things considered, this is a high probability collecting theta and risk-defined short put vertical.
Yeah, and like the analysts coming out and upgrading the stock after hitting 8-month lows.
Maybe put a floor under it.
Yeah, maybe put a floor under it. It does avoid earnings also, Kevin. Earnings are August 3rd on that, so you do have some time. When you look at this type of strategy, though, Kev, real quick, this can be one of those recurring strategies where you pick a place where you don't think the stock's going to go below and do it repeatedly, right?
Yeah, I mean, and you can, you know, there's several choices. And as your expertise grows, you'll learn how to do that. If it gets near that, you extend duration on some of the puts and roll them out further. You cover this at any time during this cycle. You can cover it if it makes, you know, if it makes, say, 60% or 75% of the money, maybe you cover it there. So you've got nothing but choices. But just remember, with a short put vertical out till July 21st, you can cover it any time.
Yep, as long as the market's open, liquidity provided on that one. About 25 days in that example trade. All right, that's going to do it for Kevin and I today here on Fast Market, but stick around right here on the network. Next Gen Investing's coming up.
Muted? Oh man. How long was I muted? Oh my. I just got a Tesla. I actually got a spread. Forget how much. 3 minutes. Holy crap. I said some hilarious stuff that you guys totally missed. The lack of response made me hate you guys even more. I just got a little Tesla debit spread. Weekly. It's got the same inverse cup as the SPY. Bouncing off of support. I'll put it in Discord trades. It's 24,750, 247.5, and 250. Nice tight little spread. No big YOLO. Congress has now set limits to ChatGPT, stating that congressional offices and representatives are allowed to use it for non-sensitive reach and evaluation only, but are not authorized to incorporate into regular workflow. Alright. Barbecue is alive, literal cat. It's alive!
News of a partnership with Aston Martin.
Chennai. Oh, she's talking about Lucid.
Under the surface stories going on today. Looking forward to the Lucid conversation. That's interesting. Carnival's quite interesting. Piques my interest a little bit here too. It's super active today. Also, I granted it's a lower price stock. I get it. It's only $14 a share. But over 72 million shares so far trading hands this morning. It's a big, big number, even for a lower price stock. Meta, of course, anytime we get a chance to talk that name, it's usually been interesting, especially lately. A lot of news surrounding it with some of the moves that TikTok and the like have been making. Let's do up, down, not endorsements, not recommendations. Hodgepodge of names here. Jenny, let's kick it off with Amazon. One of those magnificent 7 names that is in the red again today.
It is, although still up 52% on the year. So it's been sort of amazing to watch Amazon because we are down about a percent, like you said. But we are seeing Roth MKM analysts raise their price target actually on Amazon to $155 a share from $130 with a buy rating, saying they named actually Amazon their top internet mega cap pick, followed by Meta Platforms as well as Alphabet. Now, Roth does view all three of those mega cap names as significant medium-term beneficiaries from the ongoing generative AI intelligence wave. So they did say that if Amazon management provides these July data points implying a deviation versus the expectations, the shares could react very positively. They do also believe the street continues to underestimate the company's potential leverage following its recent cost cutting, its reductions in their workforce, and its logistics efficiency initiatives, which is something that is sort of amazing given the fact they've been able to really scale this same day or 2-day shipping capability, which is something not a lot of these e-commerce companies can do, Alex. I mean, I know it's sort of the standard because of Target and Walmart and Amazon, but it's just sort of amazing to me they're actually able to continue to grow in their efficiency while not actually scaling back on how well their product is received to you. It's an amazing company to me. They are up 57% off their 52
cigar butt investment.
Even though we're seeing weakness today,
sounds pretty awful.
Outperformer on the year.
No doubt, and some pretty strong words from that analyst, making it the top pick in this mega cap internet space. And what you're describing is the optimism around its e-commerce kind of delivery arm and its ability to get you goods when you want them quickly, especially if you're in a more urban supercenter like Chicago, for example. But Jenny, this is a story that's always been two-pronged. It's the AWS, it's the cloud kind of pioneering that they've done. Now AI kind of integrated maybe all over, and then of course the e-commerce side, of which just this kind of small bookstore online turned into what is now one of the world's biggest companies. So always quite interesting. It's always a great chance to talk about Amazon, and when it's got kind of converging or diverging information here today, kind of at conflict with one another. You have really optimistic analyst note, and you got a weak stock. I think that just makes it all the more interesting. So I'm going to say up vote for that. We'll narrow down the other ones at the end here, but I want to talk Walmart next because Walmart is a name that you brought up in this Amazon conversation. It's a name that kind of quietly has become arguably Amazon's biggest competitor when it comes to e-commerce.
And definitely, I would say when it comes to like their grocery offerings with Amazon's Whole Foods, Walmart is still the U.S.'s largest grocery chain as far as retail goes. So
yeah, that's just crazy.
Have a pretty sizable footprint, especially given that Amazon doesn't have those traditional.
That Walmart's the largest, and then that Kroger's second.
But Morgan Stanley did say, an investor did say to investors that their latest survey checks point to a record 21.5 million Walmart Plus members, or about 17% of total U.S. household penetration, which is up from about 3.2 million members from
they have earnings
based on their last survey just in May. So in addition, with that overlap with Amazon Prime, it did fall compared to the prior several surveys, suggesting that Walmart Plus's appeal now and awareness may be broadening, which they also say they do have an overweight rating on shares with a $160 price target. I thought that was really interesting because for so long, I thought the narrative around both of these Walmart Plus and of course Amazon Prime was that they aren't necessarily competing with one another. There can be mutual beneficiaries. A lot of people have both memberships, but I think right now at a time when the consumer is trying to scale back, that is not necessarily always going to be the case. Because to me, like, pick one and sort of stick there. It's like how you were saying you're very loyal to Uber because you have the rewards program. I'm confused by those that have both a Walmart Plus and an Amazon Prime subscription. That's just me, though. So this analyst sees that right now Walmart closing that gap, which is obviously a benefit to this.
But Jenny, what about Amazon Prime?
Now on the year.
This is a situation
Streaming.
where people are going to subscribe to benefits that they actually are going to take advantage of. So Walmart doesn't become Walmart without a lot of shoppers going to these stores. I think we all agree with that. And so all of these shoppers are now faced with the proposition and the choice of, do I subscribe to something that potentially gives me rewards in return? And if that math equation ends up being positive and you've thought it through, it's kind of a no-brainer. It's how I did it with Uber. I found out that, my Uber deliveries, my Uber rides, I was spending more money not having the Uber One membership, and so you get the Uber One membership. It's just that simple. And it's the same thing that takes place here if you're a loyal shopper to a place like Walmart, or if you're a frequent Amazon.com or Amazon app purchaser, whatever it may be. Typically, it just comes down to, is this going to save money, or not. And if it is, you're probably going to end up subscribing to that. And from the benefit of the company is, if you're a subscriber, you're probably a more loyal customer. You're more likely to come back and actually spend that money as opposed to maybe going to one of their competitors. So I think it's interesting. We'll see, obviously, 21.5 million, as I think the number you said. It's a lot of people. So we'll see if that continues to grow. Next one is Delta. Delta Airlines is sort of long, I remember from back in our fast market days when we talked to the team from Folio, has seemingly always been the happiest of the airlines when it comes to consumers' perception of it. I've always thought Southwest was different than the other three, so it's going to set that off to the side. Has sort of a loyal following in its own right, but maybe doesn't have a lot of overlap. It seems American, United, Delta always compared, and I think it's kind of like objective at this point that Delta is the one that people like the best.
I know, I completely agree. And I would say this even is true, actually, if you look at the four on a comparison chart, because in terms of performance, I know Delta or Southwest has had their own fair share of missteps this year, but the four of these names no longer compare, with Delta, American, and United up between 30 and 40% now on the year, and Southwest is just like unchanged. So I think that goes to show the clear leaders in this space. And Delta is, I would say, around the upper echelon of the performance here. They are up about 30.5% off of their low. They are up around 30% on the year. But this is also a name that is underperforming United, but better than American at this point. B of A, though, raising all of their 2023 earnings estimates for their airline coverage due to these lower fuel costs versus earlier in the quarter, noting that jet fuel is down about 13% since early May. Now, when it comes to Delta specifically, they did raise their price target to $48 a share from $40 with a buy rating. And of this broader note, this actually was one of their top picks, this and Southwest. And then they had an underperform rating on American and United. And this is very confusing to me, Alex, because Southwest has had so many issues with being able to get its customers on these flights, get these flights off on time, get their employees happy. I mean, they've just had the consistent PR nightmare this year. So interesting to see that this analyst at least has a buy rating from here.
Yeah, from a balance sheet standpoint, Southwest has long sort of been the healthiest, especially compared to a company like American. But Delta is the strongest performer, how I look at it, which is how close are you to where you were before the pandemic? And this is a stock that's, of those names, the one that is closest. Southwest at one point actually got all the way back, but of course you talked about some of the missteps in the last year that really have dampened its performance. But we'll keep our eyes on those, of course, with Delta today, getting that little bit of a price target, getting some love from Bank of America. But next one here on our list is SoFi, and SoFi is another one of these names that it seems if you're in the SoFi world, there's a lot of people have a lot of good things to say. It's just been kind of a tough go at it recently.
And SoFi has had a really fantastic run up this year, and I think that SoFi almost trades with like meme-like characteristics where those that love SoFi really, really, really love SoFi, and they will tell you all about it. But shares are up 80% almost on the year now. We did actually hear from an analyst today that was earlier on Morning Trade Live, actually earlier this morning, that does have a buy rating with a $9 price target. This is an analyst at Mizuho. They did highlight that the yield on holding loans well exceeds fair value that they would be receiving upon sale. Regulators, they said, don't allow for a change in accounting, which then makes some of these
I was muted again.
Provision fears unfeasible. They said the bears are mathematically and intellectually off, and they also do
bot investment. Oh yeah, one last puck for the short square rip them apart. I like that.
Not reading or understanding this company,
Yeah, voting to allow derivative holders to have voting rights is crazy. That would put so much more volume into the derivatives. That's a huge deal. A huge reason why do you just hold shares is just for the voting rights. When you have big positions.
In this name, but Alex, like I said, those that are really enthusiastic about SoFi, they are very vocal about it per se.
The very first trade when this stock
like
opened,
almost like a distribution pattern.
So it's about 30% off that here, even with almost doubling from its lows. So it goes into perspective just how much damage was done last year. At one point, this stock had run up to over $28 a share. So
Maybe
it is one
not
to watch.
go along with that.
It does seem that it has sort of a younger demographic primarily as its target. And it does seem that those who are consumers of SoFi or at SoFi tend to be have a lot of positive feedback when it comes to the company. Hasn't really worked out for the stock, a little bit more so lately, but over time. Let's narrow down that last one, though. I think with Amazon being the one that we talked about being kind of a clear upvote, I think the conversation flows probably best with Walmart. I think those two companies have been sort of intertwined, even if it's kind of an awkward comparison, considering the two have very, very different roots from where they came. But much like Lulu and Nike, at some point they just become rivals.
I don't even know what you really compare Amazon to at this point, because it's sort of its own beast with its cloud imprint and also now its Prime Video offerings. I mean, difficult to compare, but obviously these two are somewhat close enough here. So we'll be looking at some charts as well as some example trades in both Walmart as well as Amazon coming up next. Stick around. Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Next Gen Investing. Right back. I came back down, maybe making this right shoulder. Look at that beautiful bull flag on the hourly on barbecue. It's gorgeous. Solid volume today too on that break. This break this morning. Yeah, look at that inverse head and shoulders being built. Instead of getting SPY, I got Tesla, but maybe I should see if I can get some SPYs. I mean, buying power for that for tomorrow. Tomorrow. I don't. Well, I'll just ride the SPY or ride the Teslas. I'll put it all into barbecue. It's a good trade. Up 11% or so on those. Both like nice. Alright, I think SPY's potentially bottomed here. And what to do with these root shares. Maybe I close it. SPY calls. Still no buying power. Close out of my root shares. Close my Beyond call. It's just not a good day to close it. into some short calls last week.
But then we formed a harami type candle here. And what that means is we had one candle where the real body was larger, and then the next day's candle, the real body, which is the difference between the open and the close, was completely encompassed by the previous day. So this is a sign of low volatility. It would have been more severe if the second candle had been a red candle. A green then a red candle would be a stronger sign here, but it's still, the concept is kind of the same, going from a high volatility day to a low volatility day, which could suggest an impending reversal. So then today we're trailing off a bit here. We're down almost 1.5%. We can see on the RSI here, we also faltered a bit. We made our way into the overbought area several times recently, but you know, we didn't really hang on there. We also tried to make another attempt at that overbought area right there, but we didn't quite make it on our day. We had our big green candle there. So we also retested that channel once again today. We still haven't been able to crack our way back into it. So that's kind of the resistance point that you might have your eye on. First support, the 126 level, this red dashed line like I mentioned, that could be one place to look for price to find some footing here. If not, we've got our yellow 21-day EMA just below that near the 124 mark, and this green dashed line, 121, represents where price closed a couple times back here, right around that level. So that can be a type of price action that you want to look for support or resistance, a place where price stops multiple times around the same level. So we've got those two areas to look for. To the upside, 136 was where we had another gap that began right there, and also where we topped out after the move happened a few weeks later. So 136 to the upside, 126 and 124 to the downside.
All right, and Rick, I think that's really important to note, just given the fact that we've seen some adjustments as of late, just in the last few weeks, and it seems like there's this sentiment like big tech could have seen its heyday behind us now, but I think still overall uptrend definitely skewing to the more positive, more bullish side here. So Alex, with that in mind, walk us through what you're thinking in terms of an example trade, then leaning into some of this bullish activity, because it seems like everyone wants to point out last week and really harp on some of these big tech names that fell on the week, but this name is still up 50% this year.
It was closer to unchanged earlier on this morning, though, Jenny. So when I took a chance to look at this one for the trade illustration, the price has shifted, so bear that in mind. At the time, it was closer to 129.5. And the strategy we looked at the time was bullish, as you mentioned, and it looked at buying a call debit spread consisting of an in-the-money call being purchased in July and then selling at the same time, an out-of-the-money call in that same July expiration. I elected to go for a $3 wide spread in this case. $1.50 debit means 150 bucks in risk, with that break even pretty close to the trading price at the time, which was around 129.5. And for those who have watched this show, and we've talked through this strategy a lot, generally with this one, we've kind of looked at it as a loose guideline, about half the width of the strikes with a break even near the current trade price. So if we were to kind of in real time look at where the current share price is at 127.20, maybe someone looking at this strategy may shift these strikes down collectively by about $2. So maybe
I think barbecue test 30 cents today, or at least this 29.89 level from before. High of OTC.
It's a bullish strategy.
Down with OTC. Yeah, you know me.
To make 150 bucks, not accounting for transaction fees.
Break that.
That break even at 129.5.
Very well could. We're pretty close to it right now.
That short call to reach max profit, and of course falling below the long call, in this case the 128 mark, is that max
Might be
loss
hitting 35
zone.
today.
But again, this is theoretically at expiration, so expiration all the way out in that third week of July. So keep that in mind as well when considering these strategies. And when we talk max loss, max gain, we're always talking about theoretically at expiration.
Okay, now shift gears
There's
here.
SPY moving up. First head and shoulders are playing out. It's breaking the neckline right now.
That is naturally all things Walmart. Walmart, though, in the consumer staple type space, Rick has.
So if we reject here, looking for a handle. This big cup.
On the year, it's not necessarily a huge winner, but again, given its
maybe a break back below through.
It's done fairly well.
This VWAP today.
Not necessarily a blockbuster gainer here, but just kind of steadily chugging upward, making higher
break
lows
this.
and higher highs.
Looking for a
And
bigger
we had an
cup.
interesting run
Resistance
recently
up here at
here. We had
35
12 green
area.
candles in a row, right around.
I might as well just trade it like
now
that. I mean,
to give back a little bit of those gains.
bust through here, close out up here.
An important area, which is this red dashed line, the
So
154 level, is around where price
so.
dropped out a few times in this area. And we retested this level during our last downward excursion, and we came pretty close again today. But
This day was generated as a huge hype day? Every day is a huge hype day. What are you talking about?
Keep your eye on going forward here. One other thing to note is that the RSI, right here, our measure of momentum, we were in the overbought area, but we trailed off. We're down below that point now. RSI was making new lows earlier today as price was not making new lows. That was something I wanted to call attention to if it held on there, but we've recovered a bit. That's no longer happening. RSI is kind of back more in line with price now, but that's something you want to try to look for. If price is making new highs and RSI is not, or if price is making new lows and RSI is not, or vice versa. If the RSI is making a lower point than price, it's worth noting these kind of divergences in the indicator here. So we can see as well there's an important point lining up with this 154 level in terms of two other indicators. We've got our linear regression line, this blue line, which is
Today's the 26th, bigger than today's a huge move, right?
That gives us
No.
an idea of what
Every day's been predicted as a huge
value
move.
for the stock based on its own price history. We've also got our yellow 21-day EMA coming in just below that level. So 153 to 154 is a crucial point to the downside to be watching here. To the upside, we've got our old highs near about the 157 level or so. And we've also got our +1 standard deviation channel here. And what we do there is we take standard deviations above and below our linear regression line that I explained previously. And that one comes in around the 162 mark. That's one standard deviation above that linear regression line. So that could be a place to start looking for some potential resistance. This can be a useful study when a stock is making new yearly highs or new yearly lows. It can help you project where you might find some potential support or resistance. So in this case, 162 is a point to watch.
Right, and obviously we'll keep that on our radar here, Rick. Appreciate all the technicals as always. Rick Ducat, our chart master. So now when looking at trading this day, Alex, again, keeping that bullish
coming down a little bit.
mind here, walk us through then a more
This right shoulder will hold.
outlook example trade.
And like Amazon, of course, has to be a little bit more tough on a Monday. It's moved a little bit, but this one's actually moved to the upside as we've seen sort of this rotation out of growth into value. Walmart potentially falling into more of that value camp, more of a consumer staple, less growth oriented, despite those Walmart Plus headlines. The ego on you.
That alert came through. Thank you, Ace. Ah, you got trades. I wonder if it does like target people that are more active. Appreciate the gifted membership, Ace.
The idea here was
You just like the trades was hyping every day.
comparable to what we looked at in Amazon, but maybe looking at a way to neutralize it just a little bit more.
Wants you to keep
up
the hype.
As a strategy that moves
Start hyping tomorrow.
stock rather that moves quite as much as maybe Amazon or some of the other growth-oriented names we looked at. Skewed butterfly, broken wing
good thing I
butterfly,
closed alt.
looking at buying one.
Where you at, Tree?
Call, selling two of the 155s and
That was a stop loss that saved me on that one.
July. Trader would like to do this for 250 or less because that theoretically
Any hype news?
the upside risk
Tomorrow is the day
entirely.
after
If you're selling a $2.5
today, which is a
wide
hype
spread,
day. So
buying a $5 wide
that's the hype
spread,
news for tomorrow.
if done for $2.50 or less of a debit, there is no upside risk again theoretically. Break even in this case, you would simply add that 250
People activity and people
to,
currently check.
250 and a half to 250 to the
You
150,
nailed it.
152 and a half, and then
You nailed it, Ace.
even the upside.
Hey trader, no, now you're getting people waking up. Everyone's gonna try and snipe your snipe for the membership.
As you can kind of see how this one performs. It's going to, once it breaks even, have kind of a $5 window where it can be profitable.
There it
Best
is.
case would be
There's a
basically
shoulder.
right where the stock currently is, around 155.
MACD's still bullish.
As the price
Green
is
over the
set
9.
now, this would probably fall more into the neutral camp than bullish. So
Thank you, Ace.
bullish posture. A trader
No
investor
way you
with
did
good
get
confidence
dinged.
would maybe consider shifting this entire strategy up by $2.50.
What the heck?
157 and a half, 160s would
How did you-
accomplish that. But
Shut up, kitty daddy. You're trying to get a free membership.
Here, Jenny, is the ego on
I know why you're chatting.
And then not much more beyond that. And so,
Thank you, guys.
with
Hey,
this
what you can
one,
do though when you make your way to
stock,
chat,
of course, has done quite
Just hit the thumbs up. We're only at 29 today.
And so this
Y'all-
is a strategy that would benefit from
Y'all just
some
slacking
move,
heavy.
but not much.
Yeah, I think that's really well put. And of course, it's two different ways to look at stocks that are comparable, but also very different. Obviously, retail players at the same time, but also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades.
Mr. Burns, 72-hour timeline conclusion was today?
Transaction
What?
fees.
What are you talking about,
Some
Daniel?
options can be signed at any time, and
No,
clearing
the ego's
house
on you,
position
kitty
and
daddy.
expiration can add
Ego of
risk
coming in here
with
trying to
anticipated exercise
mooch a
or
membership.
assignment. Now, coming up next,
Uh-huh.
it's time to look at Meta.
You know it's not Jenny.
Platforms,
You can just
second best
silently
performer
watch Jenny.
on the year in the S&P 500, gaining over 130%. We'll dive into what the analysts.
Oh yeah,
say
trader. Yeah, we're up
coming
21%.
next.
Very nice. There it is, spy. The Tesla move with it too. A little bit, wee little bit. Get your inverse head and shoulders. You up at 433.07. I like to see if we're making a cup here on this lower time frame. Retest of the high. High a day. Glad I held my longs. Whew. Yeah, no, I think barbecue, I think we could hit 30 cents today, maybe even 35. So far. If we break VWAP to the downside, I don't think that's on. But if we stay above it, like we have been, and bounce on it, I think we could see 30 or 35 today. 29.89 or 30 cents is basically the next resistance, but we're so close to it. If we have any, after all this kind of liquidity that's being built this level, seems like we'll probably have enough momentum to push through 30 cents. Oh, that Patrick Burns tweet, that's right. When you say Mr. Burns, I thought you were talking about Simpsons. It's like, what the frick? Conclusion was today. What did you reference? Yeah. I guess, yeah, when is the end of that 72 hours? End of today? Yeah, I have position barbecue for sure. Some shares I've never sold out of, but I've traded other shares. And I'll show you guys a timeline if you weren't paying attention. I sold out up here. We broke this bull flag. Sold out of all of it. I bought back in a small amount right here. We broke that bear flag. Because I wasn't sure at that point if I wanted. I didn't like the news that was coming out on it. I didn't like that baby was now being auctioned off also. So whatever. I just didn't allocate as much here, but I timed it right, which to me that's more important than specifically making money on this play. Because I can make money once, that's great, but if I can consistently build a habit of doing it right, then that's more what I'm here for. So anyways, yeah, got some in there, and then yeah, I maybe bought some more that day. I don't know. But then actually I sold on Friday because we hit up against this resistance. It just, I was bullish, it looked good, but I'm like, we're up on the shoulder of this head and shoulder. You know, we're butting up against this resistance. It's 23.50. I said I'm gonna sell here. I'll buy back in if we go above it. That'll be a break of that resistance. This morning we gapped up, and I was late actually, but yeah, I picked up a huge amount. Not a huge amount, but I picked up quite a bit this morning. Even though the chart didn't necessarily look good on the short term, we were above my 23.50 price, which is what I wanted. So yeah, back in it and holding. I'll I'll probably take profits, maybe at 30 cents. But I mean, we'll just hold and see. I don't just want to like close since we're out of resistance necessarily. I think we are in a kind of a longer term trend up now. I think we'll probably break this OTC high, make new OTC high, and probably fill this 44-cent gap and 50, maybe 60 cents on this run before some selling off again. I don't have too much bias though, in case we do just double top up here. I would want to sell and reposition later maybe. I like cash. Safer in cash. Oh, so it was with Simpsons too, Mr. Burns. I like it. No, it's hard to get that over text. All that to come through. And I've kind of forgot that guy's name, Patrick Burns. No, that was well done. If I remembered his name, I would have laughed. Baby does look nice, Trader. Believe. Do I believe?
Yeah, and wild enough, it's still $100
yeah?
off its all-time highs,
Sure.
and that's actually rounding down. And so it goes to show
yeah, I mean,
stock just got absolutely
crushed
in 2022.
Could definitely be a short squeeze on here.
Falling from at the end of 2021,
have to
$384.
have to have reasons for shorts.
Couple earnings disappointments in a row. Stock was below.
Really want to close.
Share. Back up to
because of
280 and goes
the fundamental
3x off the lows,
value in the stock.
If you cut off the underperformance in 2022 with the 1 year
it's got to be
chart,
very, very
the next biggest
appealing to go long.
On the street, because this thing has
that or forced liquidation, which would only happen with their margin, if they got margin called, or potentially if, I guess if it went private or it got relisted, or one of the technical ways that they would have to force close shares. But even that, they might not even have to. They can just end up in the, I don't know, the warehouse of FTDs or whatever. So I'm not even sure if there's ever forced closures other than margin calls, or less. Maybe a couple scenarios, but today or Wednesday. He tweeted that on Friday, right?
It's just right now a lot of rumors, but we did get some
So
analysts
it should be today.
specifically out of UBS that did raise its price target here on
It's
Meta
72
shares
hours.
to $335.
Yeah. I don't know if it's ended today or.
With a buy rating. Now this price target does put it at the
Made me look
higher
that up. Yeah,
end
3
of
days.
The analysts that do cover this they did say they expect Meta to integrate.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe by then today we'll have a crazy filing.
As the AI winner, providing another leg to its bull case. There has been chatter of Meta AI tools, but investor conversations have focused narrowly on the advertising tech angle.
It doesn't go.
Less around
Yeah.
consumer applications that could drive new engagement and ad units. They do not think this is currently being priced into shares, and they did highlight this as being their top pick, and they expect some of this.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That doesn't mean they necessarily close. They just,
which could cause growth investors to revisit
if they were
this
planning on just
story,
holding
which
and
is just sort of
using it for
amazing to
collateral,
say. This is
the
still a
unrealized
growth
gains, then
story. I mean,
yeah, I guess that
agree, given
scenario would
its
be out for them, but
space and its push into
definitely still
AI.
hold.
But this is a name that's up now 220% off its 52-week
Meta.
low. I mean, it did touch new 52-week highs earlier in the session. And actually, of the 59 analysts that do cover this name, Alex, 49 do lean.
Barbecue is top on my watch list. Beautiful thing.
No sells. So Street really likes this name because if you have basically 49 of the 50.
Yeah, I saw that replied early next week.
Leaning to a strong conviction.
I mean, 72 hours is pretty narrowed down. That's more narrowed down than early next week.
When we have a stock like this, that
I don't know if it has anything to do with the stock market even, so I'm not crossing anything for that one.
Look at what they all had to say in
Who knows what he's talking about?
December of last year, and the stock is at $90. I have a hunch that they weren't all still believers, and so to me, this is a pile-on effect. I don't know how you can say it's your top pick when the stock has just gone 3x in short order, but apparently you still think that there's a lot of upside left, and so. A lot of obviously optimism potentially. This is a joke, but maybe they changed their name to the wrong, kind of technology that they're investing in. If they're going to be the AI winner, maybe Meta and the metaverse wasn't where that money should have been flowing. But potentially a quick pivot. Potentially there's still more to come there as well. But you look at this particular company. It is one that naturally integration of AI can make sense, right? It makes a lot more sense than others. they've been focusing on efficiency, eliminating jobs, and the more that you can integrate potentially artificial intelligence into some of those roles, assuming that there is sort of this more lean company and all that they've been focusing on. But you can only do that once. You can only create efficiency, the one time. You can only reduce your workforce so far. You can only cut costs so far. At some point, you have to actually grow to grow. And so, of course, kind of pulled the ace from up their sleeve here a little bit and focused a little bit more on the cost-cutting elements after the company got a little bit bloated over, let's say, the last decade of success. But again, they've now used that. And so you can't do it again if times do fall on tougher times here, or maybe the growth doesn't come back the same way that many investors and analysts are hoping.
And I think really good points. And I also think you made a really good point of where were the analysts a year ago, because it seemed like the narrative at that time was, Meta can't figure it out. Meta's spending is out of control. Meta has major competition from names like TikTok.
Yeah, I don't know, Daniel.
And now it's like everyone, of course, they're like a fair weather fan, basically, Alex. But when trading this name, I think FOMO feeling very clearly to the upside here, especially just given its run. I know we're down about 3% on the session, but we did touch new 52-week highs earlier on the day. So it just goes to show the way this name can move.
Yeah, the analyst had a price target of 335, and so obviously that's a longer-term time horizon for this. But I wanted to target that level because it's really not that far away, especially as much as this stock has moved. I mean, it's down $9 today. Easily can be up $9 on any given day, and so I did want to, might want to plug your ears here, but September options are in play here on this one. Buying September, selling August, 335 call calendar. Looking at $1.70 debit would be $170 in risk. Bullish trade. End of summer trade already. It feels like the weather just turned in Chicago, but a lot of time still to this one. By design, given the kind of higher performance here on this one would be required of the 335 call calendar, targeting that 335 level that this analyst had highlighted as their price target. A straightforward risk profile. Because it's a longer term calendar, it's not as sharp of kind of a peak here. It's a little bit more like a shallow mountaintop as opposed to a really
head and shoulders on Tesla
peak.
though.
So,
might not get a bounce on here.
Up move and potential expansion and volatility.
I could, but Tesla might not.
Beneficial for this company or for this particular strategy. But again, like all calendar spreads, the apex of that profitability graph, no matter how shallow it is still at that strike. So best case scenario would be a grind towards 335. Particularly towards the end of summer in that middle of August range as we kind of round the turn. Those ones would be working towards expiration. And of course, the September options still have about a month to go. But like all calendar spreads, Jenny, the debit spent on the trade is the risk. So in this case, $170.
Okay, now we'll shift gears to a less positive conversation, although I will say all things considered, Meta is lower on the day, but still a really positive story. But Carnival Cruise is one that is sending shares, shares are down 10.5% today, and also sending some of the other cruise lines down with it. We'll discuss why its second quarter results were clearly not enough to please the street now coming up next.
Hmm. Seeing the same thing going on now as he's been doing as he did before. Not following there, Daniel. GME sold off today, down 3%. Are you, Al? Price Genrac's not dumping.
To avoid the cruises.
Yeah, Alex said trouble in paradise. I was just in paradise. I don't believe that a cruise ship is actually paradise, but we might be in the minority, because when you look at some of the commentary about demand accelerating, about strength even going into 2024, it's certainly the case. We heard it from Carnival, we heard it from Royal Caribbean and Norwegian. People want to cruise and they're spending money to do so. Now, I think it's important. Carnival, obviously the biggest drag on the S&P 500 today. As Alex said, it's off about 10% right now. That being said, Carnival heading into this report was up 40% this month alone. It was up about 96% year to date. So it really had seen a really strong run up. And we're seeing these losses today, despite the fact that it posted a narrower than expected loss on higher revenue, and it also raised its full year outlook. So the numbers overall were pretty good. There might be concern that maybe this is as good as it gets, but Carnival says it continues to see acceleration. There, as I said, there was a lot of positive commentary. They noted particular strength in European cruises. But let's run through some of these numbers. The adjusted loss of 31 cents per share topped analyst expectations. They were expecting a loss of about 35 cents per share. Revenue rose 105% to a record $4.9 billion. The expectation was for $4.79 billion. Passenger ticket revenue surged 144% to $3.14 billion. On-board and other revenue increased by nearly 60%. Occupancy improved to 98%, as you can see there, from 69% in the same period a year ago. Passengers carried rose 76% to 3 million. Customer deposits also were at an all-time high of $7.2 billion. That's significantly higher than its prior peak of $6 billion. In terms of booking volume, Carnival said it saw continued acceleration of demand, with total bookings made during the quarter reaching a new all-time high for all future sailings. And then in terms of occupancy looking forward for Q3, they're expecting 107% or higher, and then for the full year, 100% occupancy or higher. Now, in terms of the path to profitability, because that's a big question for all of these cruise lines, that should start in the third quarter. For the third quarter, the current quarter ending in August, Carnival expects adjusted EPS to range from 70 cents to 77 cents per share. The company expects full year results to range from a loss of 20 cents to a loss of 8 cents per share. That's better than its prior guidance of a loss of 44 cents to 28 cents per share a loss. So, all really...
Yeah, we were talking about the borrow fee this morning. It's kind of, I mean, it's going to go up and down. It's trending up, though. It's similar to stock price. It's going to go up and down a little bit and up and down. But yeah, it's at 67%, I'm seeing, so still high. And they are out of shares, actually. They're out of shares today. I mean, not actually out of shares, but iBorrows hasn't reported since 10:45. So when I say out of shares, I don't mean they're out of shares. I'm just telling you the iBorrow data. So
I do think we might be in the minority, but I just couldn't
when
agree
that
more
when
that
they
like freedom on land.
refresh with new shares on the site. The borrow fee might be higher.
For that reason, I don't go on cruises.
Be back
but
up,
wherever you
but
look,
67
we're
is
wealthy, so we're
still
glad
good.
to have you
Good way
back
up.
today, which is at least the bright spot we're seeing in tourism in terms of all the other names that are seeing some weakness today. But we will leave it there. Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent for the network. That is it for this segment. Now, coming up next, we will end things on a positive note here, looking at Lucid Group, which is seeing a nice day today after announcing a partnership with Aston Martin. We'll discuss that more coming up next.
$102 counterparties take 1.9 trillion at the Fed reverse repo. 1.96, so still under 2. FTX's new management says recovered $7 billion in liquid assets. %50 of small and medium-sized businesses have seen increase in employees with complex health needs or multiple long-term conditions since before the pandemic. The founder of the Wagner Group has just said Wagner will cease existence on July 1st. The aim of the march was to avoid destruction of his group. Didn't march to overthrow Russia's leadership. What? The suicide march then. Stocks may be due for a technical correction, but the underlying economic fundamentals should limit any downside move. That's Ed Yardani. Wagner Group leader still faces charges. Deutsche Bank tells investors some of their Russian shares are missing. UK has suffered a lost decade for productivity. I just said productivity. Hopping around still.
%. It actually was up about 12 to 13% earlier in the session, so we are seeing a little bit of a sell-off here. But yes, Aston Martin is actually going to be working with Lucid in order to get equipment for their EV cars here that they're trying to develop and launch by 2025 here. They're going to be able to have access to their powertrain technology as well as their battery technology, and that's going to be the bright spot here in this partnership. Now, we also have to note Aston Martin is not that big of a company as well, so So usually they actually rely heavily on partnerships across the industry in order to try to be able to bring cars to market. So this is not surprising that we are seeing this. Now, within this deal, Lucid will actually take a 3.7% stake in the company as part of the strategic tie-up, as well as being able to receive phased cash payments that are going to total up to $232 million throughout the deal here. So I think this is a little bit of a bright spot for Lucid. There's been a lot of headwinds when it comes to their production line and trying to be able to deliver cars in a quick manner as well as in a cost-efficient manner. So this type of activity could be a little bit of a tailwind for them as they're trying to gather as much cash as they possibly can to try to increase their operations here. But once again, we have to just kind of
Well, there's catalysts that we're anticipating, but it's not on the horizon. If it was, it wouldn't be. The catalysts already be happening. We'd already have it.
Stock as of right now here, and you don't like to see that type of price action if you are a bull in the stock. But we do know that the price wars between Tesla, BYD, and some of the others in China is starting to spill over here in the United States, and it's just going to make it that much harder for Lucid to be profitable as the cost of their products continue or remain at an elevated level, and the price and their margin for the most part is going to be compressed. So it's a really tough environment for them, but if they're able to manage through this tough environment as interest rates get a little bit lower, that should actually expand their margins, and that could be a tailwind for them down the road. They just got to get over this hurdle.
Yeah, Jenny said, I think that the vehicle starts at $89,000. I'm sure if you go on there, once you add the steering wheel and add a motor and everything, I'm sure it's not $89,000 anymore. A lot of those are some teaser prices. But when you're looking at this particular stock, though, it's hard to ignore the fact that it's gone one way really for the better part of the last year and a half. And that one way has been down. And so this is trading like a stock, that survival seemingly was in question, or at least the runway was getting a little bit shorter. Perhaps this partnership then is going to quell some of those concerns. But even so, if you're looking at this space as a whole, it's hard to see where this company is right now that it's the long-term winner. There might be many, but a lot of things are going to have to change for this one to really even get in the game at this point. Because I'm seeing Rivians more and more often. I'm seeing Teslas on a daily basis. You're seeing the Ford, the GMs, the other names. Lucid's still early stage compared to some of those companies.
Yeah, well, Alex, I think there's going to have to be a decision being made by Lucid Group's executive team here. Where do they want to be at the end of the day? Because you could be a car maker that has then churns out a fair amount of quantity, and you want to have every car on the street that has your brand, or you can be a luxury maker that really caters to the ultra high net worth type of customer, and really that's the value that you bring. And that's the same thing with Aston Martin. I mean, we don't see a lot of their cars on the road either, but at the end of the day, I mean, they're really valuable cars to be able to get into. So I think that's going to be the decision. And if they do go that route, then it might be a little bit easier from a production standpoint. They're not going to have as much, headwinds or demand concerns about delivery and things of that nature. If they just cater to a small sliver of customers that have the money to be able to purchase their vehicles and kind of create that top tier type of environment, then that could be successful for them. And not everybody wants to be in the space like GM or Ford, where they want to churn out hundreds of thousands of vehicles every year and trying to get them in every single person's hands. They might want to take the route of Fisker. I mean, Fisker's another great example of a company that they're just kind of in their own lane, and they want to just cater to a small segment of the overall population, and that might be the same thing that Lucid's trying to accomplish.
Yeah, and Kevin, I think that's a really good point. Like you said, not every company has to be Ford and GM. Not every company wants to scale to the depths that which some of these massive players have. And I think there will be a world in which we see EV profitability for a name like Lucid, and they still don't have to necessarily be appealing to the masses. And I know some people argue that Tesla's actually sold out a little bit because they used to be definitely more of a luxury player, and they've obviously added that affordability, which I love, honestly, as a consumer. Lucids are nowhere even close to my price range, but I think I get it. That's a luxury market, and that's the area they're willing to stay in. So interesting story and interesting move today, like you said, giving up some of those gains. Aston Martin stock, though, looks phenomenal still on the session, but appreciate all the insight, Kevin.
What's Aston Martin ticker? I don't even know.
For the network, and that also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for this Monday.
I didn't know they're public.
We have the watch list with Nicole Petalidis.
Aren't they owned by like Tata? Oh, didn't Ford own them? Patrick Burns tweeted. Is it Uno reference? No people await the small victory I predicted. Iwo Jima size victory. So as not to keep you in suspense, I'll let you know. I'll post it here and note that it is the Iwo Jima. 50% chance this afternoon, evening, 40% chance tomorrow. There you go. Maybe this evening. 39 dockets today? What the heck? Objections to unexpired leases. Yeah, I had no idea what you were talking about. I thought you were starting to bring in like Uno reverse card tinfoil, and he tweeted a Uno reverse card. Dink's sweating. Dink, you still getting your days at the beach? That's season of your life still going on? Watching the boats go by? Too hot. Gotta be in the water this time of year. trees but no water. $27.99. 28 barbecue. See if we get some volume coming in here. It's breaking out of the barcode a little bit, potentially. U.S. companies raised a total of $6.7 billion across 23 initial public offerings during 2Q, compared to $2.1 billion across 21 IPOs in Q2 of 2022. Yep. I'm moving down a little bit. This is the support level. Keep waiting on it. I think this is still support.
How are you feeling about the market? I mean, we had the run up, and then last week, in fact, there was some selling. The S&P had its worst week since March. What did you think? What's going on?
I think the last week you saw a lot of repricing with the Fed coming out, talking about a couple more price increases, interest rate hikes, probably 2 more this year. I think we're cautious on equities, though. We're still very cautious. Things are still priced a little frothy. A lot of unknowns with how we're going to land. Is it a soft landing, no landing, hard landing? So I'd say very cautious for the rest of this year. We've had a nice start, though. Can't deny that.
So at this point now, if you're cautious, how do you go about investing, right?
Yeah. That's going on. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're still long-term investors, and we believe in tactical shifts. Some of the things we are looking to do is higher quality these days, dividend paying. We think they're poised to do well. We like communications. We also have some downside protection vehicles in some of our portfolios, especially when it comes to equities. So we really are taking that risk neutral position right now and diversifying nicely, hedging where we can, and sticking to quality.
Right, understood. How resilient are consumers and investors? I mean, they're two separate groups of people, but they both are showing some resiliency, aren't they?
Yeah, great. I would tell you that the consumer seems to be incredibly resilient right now. We have clients all over the place in every industry, and they are spending. They're not slowing down. Maybe people aren't putting the houses up for sale with interest rates quite as often now, but people are spending. Last week, retail sales came out. That's another 0.3 increase. And when I look at investors, they seem to be touch and go. They are resilient. I'm glad
28.20 on barbecue, up 22.5.
See what the Fed
Yeah, I
does,
think we're getting 30, maybe 35 today.
But it is quite surprising the investor is being so resilient, but a pleasant surprise.
What do you think is the Fed is going to do? I mean, obviously their role, they're trying to provide price stability and inflation. They want to try and keep full employment, but you know that that's not likely. Where do you see the Fed going, and what would you like to see them do?
Yeah, two separate questions, right? Very different. So it seems what's priced in is two more interest rate increases, no decreases this year, 0.25% each, 25 basis points is likely. I don't like it. I think that they've, after 10 straight meetings and raising them 4 or 5%, whatever it's been since they're low, I think this stuff has a lagging effect. A lot of it is the Fed's trying to warn the economy, keep it cool, try to prevent inflation getting hot again. But if you ask me, I'd love to see them pause, let this stuff run through the economy, run through the markets, which will take months and months, because as we know, it's a big lagging effect. And that's what I'd like to see. Chances are there's probably another raise or two in their arrow in their quiver, as they say.
I suck at trading.
Right, understood.
Okay, Sterling, as long as you can admit it.
Sectors that, for example, tech, which
GME's
has
down
gone up.
3%.
Certainly, they're not making all
Just
the
kidding, your
profits
GNRC is still chugging along.
in 2023.
Still looking good on that one. I like it.
For the winners
I sold some
that
calls on it today.
I
Or
mean,
one, I guess. I only have one long, so
do you expect those
sold a
names
short
to
on it.
continue with momentum, or do you expect to see some sort of shift?
Working nice.
Yeah, I do. I think when you talk quality, it's kind of industry agnostic. And a lot of the biggest names on the planet and most quality companies happen to fall in the tech sector. AI is very interesting and appealing. It could go many different directions, but there's definitely stuff there. As
Can't
far
always
as
be right.
other
That's
industries
where
that
risk
we
management comes in.
like, we are
Be
big
wrong most of the time and still be a winner with risk
communications
management.
these days, and we still really like the semiconductor space. I think that is got a long runway, and you know you're seeing those names have had a killer year this year, despite being tech centric in a high interest rate environment.
How concerned are you about the goals of what the Fed is trying to do with inflation? Right, they want to bring it down to 2%. We're next week we'll get a jobs report and then the CPI. Where is at least higher inflation? Okay, higher than their target, lower than where we are.
Yeah, so let's peel that back. So their target's 2%, we're at 4%, let's call it. I think you start seeing 3, low 3s, high 2s, you're going to see a real change in tune. I think a lot of what you're seeing come from the Fed is
Awesome ring
rhetoric
pops.
and
Nice.
them not letting us relax because they need to
I mean, you
see
traded for 'em?
inflation come down. They need to see. I mean, they have two mandates: full employment and inflation at 2%. That's what they exist for. So I think you're going to see the latter be sort of the dog that wags the tail for the time being.
Still inverse head and
They're
shoulders
keeping
down
us on
here.
our toes. They're
We're at
trying
the
to keep
support.
us not get too excited that the market's had a nice 9, 10,
How much of
11%
the
run up so far this year. And
we get it? How much of a inverse
trying to
cup
be
or a
wary.
handle
That's
we
what
get on this
I
cup?
get the sense they're doing. I just don't like the
I think it
fact
could
that
even
they
fill
made
this
a half
gap.
on some of these, but truthfully, I guess they're a lot smarter than I am. So.
All right, Andrew Rosen, wonderful to see you. Thank you so much of Diversified.
Yeah, that's less than 50% still.
Okay, later this hour, we'll talk more about Tesla and why the analyst community is turning a little more bearish these days on this company over the past week or so. AI is
Only food.
the word of 2023. What now? We'll discuss how investors can separate the hype from true AI potential.
No, not Hive Day. John. I mean, I'm not seeing High Day. 29 cents I saw as High Day. Only at 47, but I think we will see High Day soon.
Can't wait to talk more about that. The watch list will be right back.
I want to see it break this 30 cents. And then 35, I think, is on the table for today. 5% between friends. I don't know, Lord. It depends on how fast it climbs. What happens when it gets to certain resistances, but yeah. The break of this 2350 was what I wanted to see for bullish momentum to continue, and we did that this morning. Oh, it's there until it's not. You know, maybe this will be resistance. I don't know. This might be the high of the week, 30 cents. But could be 35, could be 40, could be 50. I'd like to think that we're gonna get a new high, new OTC high on this rally. So that's breaking this 35.70. Just because that'll continue with the trend of making new highs, basically. We made a high, a low, consolidated, made a new high, made a low, consolidated. I'd like to see this one make a new high. But that's not to say I might not take, you know, that's not to say I won't take profits up here at this high. Because we very well could be making like a cup and handle too. Or I could reload down here. Or if then it breaks back above it, I can just buy back in. Like I did right here. I closed here last week and I just bought back in today. That break. I like it though. Looks good. Bull flag today. Looks like it's gonna start breaking out here. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Thunder. $8 on this rally, maybe. I mean, without a catalyst, I don't think we're gonna anything like that. But maybe we'll get a catalyst. Take it or leave it.
Good business.
You better.
Scale market share advantage and can make the jump to being regarded as such. We'll be talking more about this.
Reddit ruin regarded.
And here's a look at Bitcoin. It's down 980, down 3% today. It's still above 30,000, 30,140.
Who's so sure of Patrick, Cameron? Oh, buddy, people want to cling to hype, whatever it is.
Thanks for being here. How are you feeling about the market here?
It's a pretty crazy market. It's a very bifurcated, concentrated market. Roughly 7 to 8 stocks are accounting for over 90% of the S&P's return. And if you look at a market trade at 19 times earnings in an environment like this, we think the NASDAQ has gotten way ahead of itself, and thus it looks like the S&P is ahead of itself. But again, out of 500 stocks, it's really just a handful that's accounting for all the return.
So at this point now, I mean, when you look at all the major averages, the S&P, I know that has a lot of the Magnificent Seven in it, but what about the Dow Industrials? Even the Dow Industrials over 1 year is still up almost 10%. So, but I won't argue with you. I will say, look, tech led the way in 2023. There is absolutely no doubt about that. You know, could we see some broader moves, a little optimism in some of the other sectors?
Yes, in fact, we are optimistic, but in the other sectors. If you think about it, if you're paying such a rich multiple, everybody's jumped into this crowded trade of buying Apple, Microsoft, Broadcom, the Amazon, the Nvidias. These are great companies, and we have investments in several of them. As you know, we're dividend growth investors, so we have those stocks. That being said, and if you compare it over the long term, when you only have a handful of stocks accounting for all the market, one of a few things happens. Either the rest of the market comes up and the breadth expands, or the NASDAQ comes down and it becomes much more of an even-handed market. We think there's a lot of opportunities in parts of the market that investors are just ignoring.
All right, I can't wait to get that to something like Medtronic, right? That would be one of the examples of that.
Yes, I mean, we have an investment in Medtronics. I mean, think about it this way. Medical procedure volumes are way down, and they've been down because of a few reasons. One, COVID. Hospitals shut down, so a lot of people postpone their medical procedures, whether it's knee, hip, heart. And if you look at it, this company is trading roughly 15, 16 times earnings. Its average 5-year average is 18 times, has a 3.1% dividend yield. And as people start having more procedures done, they go back because the hospitals are opening up and they get through the supply constraints that they've had. You have a company that was once trading at $130 a share just over a year ago. And at a 15 multiple, with this opportunity, we think it's a great company. You know, and they have two really big products that are coming on the market. They have the Hugo, which is a robotic respiratory, robotic system that they're doing, and that's been adopted worldwide. It's going to be adopted hopefully in the United States. They have Micro, which is an implanted pacemaker that's put into the heart, and they have other devices. But we really think as the world starts coming back and using the hospitals, medical procedure volumes will grow up, and they stand to benefit as one of the largest companies out there.
Right, understood. Okay, so that's your first one that you have here. You also have a few others, including Union Pacific. Tell me about that. Completely different.
Yes, I'm trying to give you a variety today. So again, it's another dividend growth story. You know, there's some issues here. They have a new CEO they have to get. They have, supply constraints. They have inflation costs, which basically all these companies do have right now. But if you look more 12 to 18 months out, over a year ago, the stock was trading at roughly $276 a share. It's around 200 now. So as you have a $2 trillion infrastructure spending come, more manufacturing done, this company connects all the 5 gateways to Mexico. So we think it is more of a long-term industrial play. You're looking at 12 to 18 months, which is hard for a lot of people to look that way. But we think the risk reward is very favorable. Again, this is an oligarchy. I mean, you're looking at oligarchy. This market is 4 to 5 railroads, and that's it. So if you want to move goods from one part of the country to another, the railroads are it, in our opinion. And there's only 2 that are really going to the West Coast the way it is, Union Pacific and Burlington. And Burlington's owned by Berkshire. Union Pacific's a great company. A few issues they're going to have with the new CEO. But again, we look long-term, and long-term, we think that the risk-reward is very much in your favor.
And look, someone like Warren Buffett, who always loved the rails. I mean, he used to say, you can't replace them. It's not like you can take AI and just, that the railroads serve their own specific purpose. It's not, so easily replaced. And then there's General Dynamics, and we've seen a lot of money going into aerospace defense, things of the sort. Tell me about GD.
GD is a combination. About 20% of the revenue is the Gulfstream. So as more people are traveling, private jets, and we see 14 million people are traveling at the airports a day in the world. So the demand and the upgrade of the fleets, right, on the Gulfstreams, the G700, the G800, what they're bringing online, should really bode well for them. Also, their defense side, I mean, they're the #1 maker of nuclear submarines, Abrams tanks, which is huge demand in Europe, and the Stryker combat vehicle. So when you have a company that's paying you a nice dividend, about 2.3%, it grows its dividend about 7-8% a year, excellent balance sheet. As soon as they figure out a little bit more of the supply constraints like everyone else, we think it's a great company. And again, we like defense in general. We also have an investment in Lockheed Martin. But I think General Dynamics gives you more of an industrial play with the aerospace side, which is really starting to come to terms with the fact that demand is there. They just got to meet the supply. Also, they have $86 billion in backlog orders across all their segments. That's a huge number. So for a company trading at 17 times earnings, giving you a 2.3% dividend, wonderful balance sheet, they have the opportunity to grow, and it's outside of tech. So that's why we try to give you a mixture today, of an industrial, a defense company, and a medical device, because we think there's a lot of opportunity outside those 7 stocks. And they think they're great companies in technology, but they're just completely overvalued at this point.
Understood. Okay, so there's other opportunities here. Are you worried about a recession, a pullback, a retesting, going back, reversion to the mean, or anything like that at this point? And would you say that those are opportunities to buy?
Well, I first say any pullback in this market, which we think we'll probably have, because we think it's going to be led by the NASDAQ, it would be an opportunity, because we think a lot of recently priced stocks right now are getting overlooked. Do we think there's going to be a recession? Sure, sometime there's going to be one. Do I think it's going to be a big impact? Not really. Would you have a consumer that is extremely strong? They're spending differently, but they're strong. You're looking at unemployment is still very low, and the consumer is outspending. And as long as you have strong job growth and you have a strong consumer, I'm not too worried about a recession. But valuations have gotten carried away. I think the thing that you should look at is if the Fed finally comes to their senses, and I still don't believe they've come to their senses right now. In our opinion, they shouldn't have waited. They should have raised it maybe another quarter to 50 basis points and just stopped it that way, as opposed to pausing it and then letting people on edge trying to guess what the Fed's going to do. We still feel inflation's still embedded in this economy, and it needs to be get under its control. And we think another 25, 50 basis points raise was the best thing. Delaying it, in our opinion, just creates more uncertainty and more anxiety in the market that's not necessary.
Right, understood. Max Wasserman, great to see you. Thank you so much of Miramar Capital. Thanks, Max. Coming up next, we're going to take a closer look at Tesla. So we saw another downgrade. Caroline was talking about all the different downgrades we've seen. But now what? Are people souring on this EV giant just at the time that we have the Golden Cross? We'll find out next.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcast series is designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to tdameritrade.com/webcasts and start learning today.
I'm Nicole Petalides coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange every single market day from the opening to closing bells. Tune in to the TD Ameritrade Network.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Like Jack. He wanted a streamlined version he could access anywhere, no download necessary. And Kim. She wanted to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds. So we gave him Thinkorswim Web. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade.
Trading has changed forever as a new generation of investors make their impact on markets.
It's more important than ever to navigate through the frenzy of meme stocks, IPOs, and the next wave of tech.
And that's where we come in, discussing strategies and example trades on trending names.
Thanks, Cameron. SPY, okay, double bottom here. Either gonna make an inverse cup and handle, or we're gonna double bottom and go up from here. Reverse head and shoulders failed. Just been in this downward range. Downward trend. Barbecue. Retested the high of the day. Ooh, failed to break out so far. Oh, you're losing power? Yeah. Alright, SPY, what are you gonna do? Handle on a cup or double bottom rip rally?
profits. So I don't know if this is a sort of material thing, but I will say the things to think about with Tesla are the Chinese manufacturing of EVs is growing dramatically. If you look at those numbers and the exports that's going to represent to other Asian countries, that is a threat to Tesla. But I think on the other side, what you've got to consider with Tesla is Ford and GM agreed to use their charging standard. Cybertruck coming soon. There's a lot of tailwinds for Tesla too in the future, but it's hard with the China overhang.
So, I mean, they're all talking about the difficult environment for new vehicles, and that's part of the issue. It's not that Tesla is a terrible company. It's also just the current environment.
No bourbon.
You know, if you were
Right,
to play
meow.
devil's advocate, what might they
Iced
be
coffee.
saying when they're making these cuts, and can those be turned around? I mean, if you said the environment, then hey, the environment.
You get some Maker's Mark. Costco though.
If I were to speculate, I would say, look, we are in
Been a long time since I've had that.
People do take loans out to buy
Yeah, I liked
cars,
it. Like it.
5-year
Good.
loans, and those lines are higher than they've been. And
I've been
that
getting like
environment
cheaper
is
whiskey.
one thing. The other thing is the competitive environment. It is true that
Really-
every auto manufacturer, especially
really
after
can tell
the
a difference.
Inflation Reduction Act, is doubling, tripling, quadrupling down in EVs, and that market's going to get crowded. So those things are legit.
There it is,
worries
SPY,
that
double
Goldman
bottom.
Sachs or
Let's
anyone
go.
else can have. But Tesla has always out-innovated whenever in a crunch. So you have to
It's fast.
believe in the optimism. I think there's optimism built into the stock price already. But add that now to the charging kind of compact that they had across the U.S., the Inflation Reduction Act subsidies.
Love
that they're
makers,
gonna
yeah.
get, and some of the new products
For a
they
while
have,
I didn't drink.
still think it's
I drink more like
really
mixed
one of the best, if not the best,
or blended rather.
stock I'd buy in the world.
And
I mean, so the one that
yeah, I've slowly kind of moved over into a little more pungent whiskeys.
talking more about the stiff competition.
I still like to mix it though. I don't just have it
Growing, and there are others who would say
with
that
ice.
Tesla's just still the clear leader, you know, long and far away the leader. In fact, making new deals of all kinds, including supercharger deals.
Right. Yes, and remember, Chevy Bolt, which was their EV, came out in 2016. So they've had competition for a long time. But it is true, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley are right that the environment is absolutely getting more competitive. But
She'll drink of
the thing
market
to note,
makers.
look at the California law that's banning combustible engines. The market for EV is growing incredibly fast because of all these state and country mandates about how many EVs you have to have. So Tesla will now be playing in a world where the whole world is transitioning to EV. Yes, they'll have more competition, but are they going to be able to sell more cars? I think yes.
Oh.
Also, I mean, we've left out the fact that it could also be an AI play. I mean, Elon Musk himself has said it certainly is an AI play in that he talked about open AI and chat GPT and how Teslas are driving around on their own in California and Texas, and noted that they wouldn't be able to do so without AI, and praising this possibility. I mean, could this be the kind of stock that doubles, for example?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is no company that's further along in self-driving cars besides Tesla. And Waymo, which is part of Google, is just a software. They don't build cars. So Elon's building the full stack. And he's been doing this for a long time, collecting data, using AI to process that data and help the car make decisions. And that's only going to get better with all these new technologies that are
It's kind of a big break here.
In AI. So, you know,
They've got enough momentum to do it. As you see, we've kind of had this
out there creating a network that's
downward trend.
like Uber has, where you can call a car, is really becoming more and more of a reality than it ever was. And he is far and away the leader in that game with Tesla.
Right, understood. You know, you had a time that you were with Uber, and that's something people are still waiting on for Uber as well. Thoughts there?
Yeah, look, Uber sold their self-driving car division, so they decided it was too expensive. And I think that was the right decision because it cost billions and billions of dollars for technology that's 5-10 years away at the time. I do hope that what happens is the self-driving car technology that Elon's building, I do hope actually other companies develop it like Toyota, GM, or Ford, and then those cars could sit inside the Uber network. So you can call a car and it may be driven by a human driver or a non-human driver. And I think that's sort of the future.
Little
It's a
retest of the
faraway
breakout.
future, but it's the future. And I think Uber's actually pretty well positioned not to develop the technology, but to use it.
Right, understood. What have I left out? Because there are a lot of Tesla bears out there too who think they're not going to be making chips. They're not really a battery company. But you know, people are lined up for the Cybertruck, for everything that Tesla puts out there, and they see Elon Musk as a visionary. I mean, what's your final thought here? What do you say to the bears?
Look, what I say to the bears is every time this company has had their obituary written or their valuation sort of temporarily hit, they've come back because of all these opportunities that were the seeds have been planted for a long time. So and in no time they become the biggest car company in the world. And I say that to the bears, you're just going to get squeezed at some point. You may be right, and maybe you have to time your short sales and so on. But I'd be wary of shorting Tesla.
Right. Okay.
There we go. A little retest.
Thank you so much. All right.
We can move on up from here.
Thank you for joining us. Thanks so much. Still ahead in the second half of our show, let's talk more about AI and how investors can separate. Come on, what's real, what's not? Separate the hype from true artificial intelligence potential. Stick around for that. And as we head to break, take a look at winners and losers in the S&P 500.
GME bottomed? I mean, in what time frame? I don't like to try and time the bottoms or the tops. I don't even really see necessarily a support here. I mean, this zone back here, I guess. Fine, moving on up. Barbecue, 28.50. 24%. Barbecue does sound pretty good. On up to VWAP or less SPY. Whoa, barbecue, going for it, maybe. The gap. The VWAP on SPY. See if we keep building this bigger cup.
obesity and type 2 diabetes.
Oh, Jenny.
This decision to discontinue the program is based on its phase 1 and phase 2 data.
Bill 77 for GME to hit 29.5.
Some of the findings that indicated an increase in liver enzyme transaminases.
Did you say 29.5?
Did say that none of the participants in the studies did develop these liver-related symptoms or any major side effects, which I think was
no, I appreciate your posts.
The drug
Really.
is designed to increase its insulin secretion.
I'd like to see your plays, and when I agree with you, you have great callouts.
Food and increase its satiety.
And even when I don't agree with you, sometimes there's still good callouts. I like to see all the trades.
I think, at least as a positive, that they are going to now push into another space. So still
But if you do want to stick around, you must know that I will ridicule you until you cry and bleed owl tears.
For the treatment by the end of this year, in which its phase 2B study, they did say, for its non-diabetic obesity patients is expected to conclude. So, well, it does seem like they have a lot in the pipeline.
29.05, there it is. Barbecue new high of the day.
Shares are down 28% on the year and down
26% up.
Off their high by about 33%. So this name looking quite different than, say, like an Eli Lilly on a chart perspective, just given the overall underperformance we've seen in Pfizer for the better part of the last 12 months.
All right, thank you for
Since
that.
we're at VWAP, there might not be a whole lot more going on here.
All right, let's talk more about artificial intelligence.
Now we're just in like another, at this channel, but also this other channel that's not quite as steep. There and here.
We had this conversation with a few friends here.
Slowly starting to turn around and make a cup.
First it was the metaverse, right? And
Barbecue 29.18.
I don't hear metaverse anymore, or blockchain, or there was cannabis and e-gaming and
The 30:35. Got 15 minutes towards power hour.
Where do we stand on what's going on here?
Well, that's a great context for this discussion, Nicole, because AI is really in the first inning of a 9-inning game, and we had a bit of a head fake, I think, with the.
I just need Tesla at 250 by tomorrow for max gain on that tight spread, which is
a lot of things got thrown into the
neat.
Category that weren't necessarily indicative of the category. And we're seeing a little bit of the same thing
Barbecue.
now. And I think the important thing to remember is that AI wasn't just invented, and with Chat GPT hitting the airwaves, there was this phenomenon that, oh well, AI has finally arrived, and the real answer is AI has been here for a while. It has, it's the processing power and the data that's just caught up to the algorithms. So AI is actually coming into its own right now, and there's runway for
Next Friday, you guys in GME.
because of the spill.
I mean, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, just as a purely like dip buy, you could do well. But you guys bought these like a week ago.
What we've been pounding the table on for years with
you bought them back here. Those calls aren't. You didn't get them like pretty deep in the money. You're down a lot on them. You get them now for a bounce.
Is not necessarily investable. But sophisticated users of AI that create a business model,
I wouldn't, but
business model around those
might bounce. I don't know.
They're investable. And so from our perspective, it's really important for people that are wading into
I think the SPY is due for a bounce, so maybe it'll go with that.
This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint.
You know, because I think this handle could get formed.
A number of different industries that can
inverse handle
on AI technologies. And the importance of having the breadth to understand what that effect is going to be and what business models have the best chance of succeeding versus, say, just the buzz around a chatbot.
Get a helmet on first, Archer.
Yeah. As you talked about,
I'm all over the place.
and I was looking at it, and it's up 35% year to date, just like AI is. I mean, it continues to run up. This kind of ETF certainly can be in demand during the time where people maybe don't know how to pick individual stocks because it's so hard to know which ones are, really proficient in AI. And really every CEO is getting out there and saying, how can I use AI for my company? Not just tech companies, but also obviously all different kinds of companies. I use the Campbell Soup conference call as an example of how every company seems to want to know how AI can really...
No more Tuna Tuesdays.
Would you say that AI is of value to most companies?
Well, I certainly think it can be. And, it really depends on how it's incorporated into their business model. So AI is going to be most effective in several areas. One, clearly automation, cost efficiency, cost reduction. So I think that it can be beneficial to most companies that have those concerns. Right? Yeah, I was going to say, going beyond that, Nicole, if they're solving a pain point, in whatever their segment is or business segment is, then it's going to be incredibly useful. And so there's degrees of usefulness, but I think all companies could probably benefit from the technologies that exist now, never mind what's going to be here tomorrow.
I think people have had a lot of fun with AI. I mean, they like watching names like NVIDIA or C3 AI when you see these stocks up 190%, or they've had a lot of fun. I don't know if you still think there's room to the upside for some of these high flyers and whether or not they're actually in your ETF. You have some names that you've brought to us today, Samsara and Schrodinger. I'd like to know your thoughts on some of the more popular names that we follow, and then I want to hear about the stock picks you brought us today.
Yeah, so I think some of the more popular names, sure, NVIDIA, AMD, Snowflake, things that are really the building blocks of AI. Yeah, I think there's, and as a team, we think that there's more room for these companies. I mean, again, the proliferation of AI is directly dependent upon building blocks, foundational building blocks like processing power and data. And so the more widespread AI becomes, the more in demand those categories are. So you can't separate the two. You can't say, well, look, NVIDIA's already maxed out its valuation, but AI, man, that's got a long way to go. They're interconnected. And they are
Central diet.
Is there further upside in some of
Gross.
In many
Price
cases,
target?
yes,
I don't have a price target.
in our opinion. But also when you
0 to
look at
1,000.
things like
I'll
Samsara,
concur
you
with
look at these
TJ.
companies that are, I'll say
Think if I
relevant,
change
under
this
the radar,
margin account to cash account,
and you look at what they actually contribute to their
and I trade
segment,
options, I can do
the application and the runway that these
it's just 1 day for
applications
settlement on options, right?
then you realize that there are lots
I can't
of
remember this
AI
stuff again because I
sophisticated
haven't had to mess with PDT
that have perfected
in a while.
application
But I'm just thinking of changing this to a cash account
and that's where the business models
and trying to just do a
profitable business
small
models
account challenge on it.
in the end is
And I
that
think I
they're
could get more
solving
day trades if I traded like half the account a day. I trade like half the account today, half the account tomorrow, then by the next day, that first half the account will be settled and I can trade with it and do, I guess, 1 trade a day if I did half the account, or 2 a day if I did a quarter,
likely best in class.
I think.
And so, I live in
'Cause right now, on margin, I'm waiting on day trades to build back up or whatever.
But I assure you, moving forward, that Samsara's effect on supply chain management with their favorite products.
What are you so bummed about, Sterling?
Is going to be profound. So when you look at companies that have the chance to break out, that are entering their hyper growth phase, Samsara is a good candidate, not only because of the quality of their technology,
29 cents on barbecue.
but the depth of the opportunity in their segment.
Do it. Do it.
I don't think anybody would use that supply chain optimization as something that probably is a hot button or pain point in the marketplace right now. So that's a great example of something that hasn't hit that rock star phase yet. And I think Schrodinger is another example, different industry, same concept, that has a chance to, again, hit a hyper growth phase and potentially break out. They are very significant players and very adept at using artificial intelligence to aid in drug identification, drug discovery, and facilitate.
Oh, you are running the shares on it?
Now,
very expensive call. Yeah. Catch that morning volatility.
Their business model is unique.
That's still above your cost basis, right?
Gee, let me think.
Gee.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Dragon.
Michael, thank you. And both of those names, by the way, up more than 100%
And Karavik?
year, but as you
Thank
said,
you.
maybe we'll
Appreciate the
see a
dono.
growth phase. I liked that.
Gee, let me think. Sure. Oh, it's you. I've never seen your last name. That's so weird.
Thank you for that. Well, we
You did send a tip. Thanks, Dragon. 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 Appreciate it, man. 29.11. You sent it at the high of the day for barbecue so far. Thanks, Dragon. Dragon.
Thank you both for being here.
Appreciate the generosity, man. I'm bought up and it's very well.
For docking or incentives for employees, what do you think about the big picture?
Would I rather have a decent price?
Was good longer term. The visibility to the booking curve has increased. This is the furthest
I would. There is new high of the day on barbecue, 29.49. We're getting 30 or 35 cents today. I mean, we're about to 30 already. I think I'd rather have another shares of another company.
Up 14%.
Relative
to per diems up 7.5%.
I don't know.
So that
Something fresh, something new could be appealing for investors. Drop any weight or baggage of BBBY. But this doesn't matter a whole lot.
We continue to be favorable CCL
shares. Turka.
Our target up to $17.
Oh no, you held on to Turka?
That's right.
Ugh. Yeah, man, let's take a look. Actually, it's not looking good at all, dude. Yeah. You're breaking all sorts of lows. So, is there a catalyst for today's specific sell-off? Oh. The problem with where it is.
I thought it was very good. Yes, always when you hear things about
regains compliance 4 days ago.
It tends to spook investors.
Yeah, the problem with where it is since you're at all-time lows, you really don't know where the floor is. So you might see a lot of buying pressure around here, at least pretty soon. But just to get it kind of back up to where it flushed through, or you could just kind of the floor might be falling out. So kind of a risk to hold, but today is not a good day to sell. But I would get out of this thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking at any fundamentals. Just reverse splits. The chart's definitely bearish looking, man.
And it's focused on travel, and the cruise industry offers tremendous value to the consumer for travel. And I think that will continue. I think the demand will remain strong, and I think that today's sell-off.
Yeah. I mean, I bought into this thing and I closed out once it failed. I can't remember where we traded it, but I'd closed out. So I don't know when you bought in, but yeah. Gotta have some risk management in there, like where you're gonna cut losses if it goes the wrong way. We're gonna take profits if it goes the right way. Today's flush to the bottom sucks. Got increased volume. It could like kind of just keep falling through the floor here, or you might get a bounce tomorrow even. But it's risky to hold.
We've long said that Royal, in our view, is the best operator out of the group.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. That's not in a great spot.
Pretty impressive in terms of
28% on barbecue. 29.49. I'd be patient on GME also. You could do like cash secured puts on. I think the IV's actually back low. Oh, he's still good. Nice way to get into a long position. Nice to get into a squeeze and the remaining shares get converted. Yeah, that sounds nice. You have a number down to a cent. I don't have price targets like that on stuff. What's your time frame here?
In addition to the convenience it offers of not having to.
Yeah, it looks similar to the SPY right now. I think we're seeing
hotel room, flight, train, etc.
Yeah, you've got an inverse head and shoulders here on the hourly, and I'd like to think that the other end of this cup is down here, but maybe it's here. At least on the SPY, we're kind of at the cup, so making the handle. It looks like IWM might make that handle too. Gap fill, maybe 184, 34. Or 183.90. Maybe rally up to there before it keeps coming down on this inverse cup and handle. SPY kind of rejecting that swap. Good hold up there. We got this. What's going on? Going the wrong way.
Thanks for being with me every single weekday. I'm Nicole Petalides. Keep it right here.
What's your risk holding around VWAP? 29.50 was the high there on barbecue. Congratulations. And I'm not congratulating you for all-time lows again on barbecue. That is over. Days are done. The number? Oh shoot, I didn't see all that part of it. Dude, Mullen sucks, man. I'm sorry, I don't know what the hype was on it, honestly. You're gonna see rips on it, but the trend is definitely... Oh, maybe it's starting to flatten out here. The trend has been pretty awful. I got Mullen for like a day, and then I sold out. I'm like, nope.
Let's get nuts!
Let's get nuts indeed. You suck, I suck, so close. Thanks, Sterling Archer. So close? Or oh, that was the guess. 184.72. So close. I didn't see all that other stuff. Let me see what 184.72. Yeah, that's like a gap fill. No, I like that. I guess to me, I didn't go that high just because for a handle, that's a pretty big retracement. I think that kind of invalidates it, maybe even. But yeah, that's nice support. Well, I appreciate the dono anyways, Sterling. Thanks, man. Thanks for the support. 29 barbecue hit 29.77. It's happening. 29.89 is that line, but I think yeah, like 30 cents area. First resistance, and then really 35. Up and up and up. Yeah, so I don't... Mullen doesn't look good, man. Like I said, it could have a pump. You know, it has little pumps here and there, but the trend is just pretty awful. All the volume going on down here, I don't get that either. It's definitely manipulated, like... it's shorted to death. There's good reason, though. This company's going bankrupt. Like, I've been saying this company's going bankrupt along with, like, every other EV company for a year or so. But I mean, so was, you know, barbecues in chapter 11. So all this volume though, that's what got me hyped on it this day. I bought in here and closed out like the next day because all that volume. Maybe it was this volume, I don't know, but this volume in here is crazy. Something's happening. That's wild. It kind of looks like it's basing out a little bit, so I wouldn't maybe sell right now. I'd maybe wait some, honestly. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can see it's kind of rounding, but I would definitely get out on a, when you're getting excited and think it's going to squeeze to $100, that's when you should probably sell, even if it's at like 15 cents or 20 cents or whatever is high on here. I don't even know. Yeah, it looks like it's bottoming out. I don't know. JH Trades is super bullish on that, on Mullen. You guys, I think Donro's really bullish on it. I don't get it. I guess the battery tech is why, but 29.80 was the high there. Risk management to our stock, yes, yes. Oh man, I've been trading barbecue like crazy good risk management. In, out, in, out. Sure thing, Dragon. Sure thing, buddy. Easy, yeah, reverse split to the reverse split to lose. Can't go wrong. Chart keeps going down, the price keeps going up. Goes to booze, nothing else. I mean, $5, I'm gonna get a 40. So Alright, thanks. Been a while since I've had a brass monkey. And I think about them at times. Oh, I've missed them so. $29.80.
Which way the market's leaning. But maybe now if you get days like this adding up,
This power hour, wow, they kind of flew by. I guess that's what happens when I come in late. $29.88.
Cyclical optimism possibly around the economy. Question is, if the economy
I'm not going to sell anything today on barbecue, but I could be trading out of it this week. Really just depends.
Right now, it looks like the market is finding a fairly
Like him though, looks nice. His volume today is sick also.
economic stability and an accommodative and patient.
Yeah, we're double the volume from yesterday. All last week. And we still have an hour left. So, very nice looking. Buy bull flagging, but hanging out below the WAP.
Support at 30K and goes up from here. That's probably the type of event that would be associated with another risk-on move in stocks. I generally am viewing the move in Bitcoin over the past week. Yes, in the context.
Here we go, SPY. Maybe gonna break the VWAP and continue this cup. Lot can happen in the last hour. Zima? Is it a losing trade for you? Wait, what's Zima? Oh, the drink Zima. Yeah, I guess $5 could buy me one Zima. I haven't had a Zima in a long time. I think that was like the first alcoholic drink I had. Like, that I was not supposed to be drinking. If you know what I mean. I don't know. Like, at a party, underage, there's a Zima. Tastes like Sprite. That one.
The same companies that worked the mega
It's like, this is delicious.
over the concentrated rally of the last 6 months, or
That little
something
red
different,
candle.
something new, or perhaps maybe we just call it rotation. And this is kind of what that might look like. Tesla's down 4%. Got a little bit of a cautious note from Goldman we talked about this morning. Even though the analyst still is not bearish from an expectations of price standpoint, they're still basically giving us a message that the big run up in these stocks maybe has a reason to plateau. And so even on the margin,
AREB popping up.
analyst reports
There's some news on AREB.
screamingly bullish.
Reverse stock split and this thing's ripping?
And so it slips a little bit. Obviously we've had an
What?
enormous move for
It's having a reverse effect on the stock.
the big leaders. So it's nothing to make too big
Weird.
a deal about yet.
They announced a reverse split. Oh, I guess because that'll bring it back in compliance. But still, surprised I wouldn't be bearish. It's like L tiers.
Obviously the charts are still fine for both these stocks. There's no reason to get worried just yet about the 6-month trend.
That is kind of strange to have a...
Let's keep our eyes on it.
Oh, dude, this thing's about to hit 30 cents. Barbecue, $29.9999.
And real estate too. Kind of a pro-cyclical sign of economic
We have an hour still almost. We could hit 35 cents. Phone's ripping. Good thing you held it. Oh, there you go. Just waking up. 11.5%. Now, once you start thinking it's going to go to 100, that's right when you want to sell. Yeah, rounding bottom here. I mean, see if it starts filling some gaps. Of course, you've got a lot of upside since it's just dumped. Next big resistance area would be like here. I don't know what all these lines are from. What is that? Well, that's from way long ago.
As ones at risk if the economy does roll over. So when they're both up on a day,
what are those
we have to
from?
describe that as the market being pretty positive about the economy. Leadership from the small caps and the Russell. Bond yields are still down, but they did fade a little bit from the early morning bid. Yields were even lower this morning. So
Yeah, it looks like you're going to get maybe... You might get an engulfing candle here today on Mullen, which would be good.
With all of the economic data,
Yeah, a little closer look without those moving averages in my way. You do have an RSI divergence on there, which is bullish.
Watch bonds to see if the economic data is
Yeah.
too good, and that causes volatility.
Might get a move up.
But investors haven't been too worried about that lately. As we talked about this morning, correlation between yields and stocks has actually been
Might be a nice
positive.
time to buy if you haven't bought it.
Scenario here where data are good this week, yields rise, and stocks just rotate into different leaders. Let's bring in Kevin and Renita to talk about the situation here. As always, Kevin, you know, we watch to see if days add up. But this like peppering of rotation the last 10 days is kind of showing up again here.
Yeah, today, Oliver, is a really healthy sign of a potential rotation.
20 cents on Mullen.
It's hard to stamp it as rotation just yet, but certainly when I see
30 cents basically on barbecue.
the economy up as one of the leaders on the upside down,
Hello,
and
fellow
yet
investor.
I see the S&P relatively unchanged.
You just sold TJ?
To me, reeks of rotation.
I can't answer that for you. I mean, you heard what I said earlier. That hasn't changed. Like the rounding bottom, I said I wouldn't sell now. Maybe wait. Probably gonna bounce.
A 0.25% to Tesla.
It's only bounced 13%.
All seven are down, and other parts like the
You have some signs of a bottoming though. One being this RSI divergence. All this increased volume.
And that is
yeah.
healthy evolution.
See where it closes today. If you get an engulfing candle, that would be good.
Now, you know, you still have
Or you get a close higher than this body on this candle.
Marginally lower. You have crude oil more
Oh,
firm today.
you might see a leg up. You might see it start trending up.
But nothing scary. It's up a 0.5%.
I'm not gonna invest in it. But
All things considered,
if I had capital, I might. It's
day for the
not a bad looking chart
and the stock
anymore.
market, building that base, rolling out of the high-priced NASDAQ stocks ahead of earnings. Remember,
Yeah, almost at 30 cents,
3
29
weeks
minutes.
away from these firms starting to come out with second quarter earnings.
Rolling to zero? Yeah, eventually, probably, yes.
Stocks that you mentioned, regional banks.
Might pump up to 70 cents first, though. That's kind of that first resistance level up there, which is a pretty nice percent return. But it's sketch.
The question is, will speculators continue to support valuations after this big run if rotation leads to the S&P going sideways? Because that's not going to make folks too excited here, Kev, when they've got used to printing out gains every week for the last 6 months.
Yeah, the market will make you extremely happy and then frustrate you, Oliver. That's just the world that we live in. It's the business that we've chosen, Oliver. And you're right. It could be one of those situations where a correction, or in this case,
30%.
The market catching its breath will happen over the next couple of weeks. Maybe right up until they want to see the earnings reports start to come out. The banks will lead us here in probably 2.5 weeks. So I just think this is a really in my opinion, first healthy sign.
Sold for a few dollars.
Out of those names
you made money on it?
I
Nice.
think it's a healthy sign, Oliver. Yeah, will the market get frustrated with
Rip
that?
into close?
We were discussing it.
Oh, not necessarily. We're up almost 30% today. You could have it drop into close. People taking profits.
So it's not like it's creeping down a couple dollars.
If I had day trades left, I would probably take profits.
True. Okay. Let's talk about one of the
Maybe not, but definitely some people thinking that if they bought this morning.
I think it's a pretty interesting
Almost 30%.
Blackstone selling a bunch of property over to Prologis, which is one of the big logistics real estate companies.
I will not.
It is, and the real estate sector,
that
by the
VWAP.
way, it's the second best performing sector right now in the S&P 500, and I'm pretty sure this has a lot to do with it. But both stocks, Blackstone
volume today is still
and
looking
Prologis,
nice.
are higher today. Prologis is buying.
It looks like it's
14
rejecting that
million
30 cents, so
square feet of warehouse and
that's okay.
industrial space
It's
from
first
Blackstone.
form of resistance. I thought it was close enough to here that maybe we could bust through it, but
the second quarter.
Not looking like it.
Prologis, the president,
Not today,
says
at least.
that these high-quality
179
properties
IDM
are
puts
complementary
or
to the
7.
company's portfolio, and it'll also help the
Trying to
company
inverse me now,
expand its
huh? Al?
reach in parts of California and into Atlanta. Now,
I
this
just
is
look for all the bullish
latest
bias since you're always bullish.
transaction between the two companies over the past 11 years.
Wait, I
Both
thought you were
of them
bullish
have
on it.
closed over 12 together. And this
You're getting in the money puts?
e-commerce space, by the way, and other incentives, it's been prompting property owners to buy up.
Oh, you're saying when it hits
space,
148
right?
or
But we
184,
also see
oh, okay.
something happening in
So
the
confused.
broader commercial real estate sector. It's come under some pressure.
Rational take trader
over
into
the
a
past
formula before we
year
go
or
all in
so,
trader.
and borrowing costs have been rising. That's complicated
How do you know that?
financing for some owners. But this sale, it's going to allow Blackstone's opportunistic funds to cash out, and those are typically the funds where they buy properties
Big fork call
with
now.
the
Yeah, I like
intention
that.
of maximizing them.
I like that, and the fact that the Prologis shares are also higher too after buying all this square footage. Market has, I think, some pretty good optimism around it for both these sectors.
I like how
good stocks
ARB,
today.
AREB announces a reverse split is ripping.
Different. Tesla, Nvidia down, Prologis and Blackstone up. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks, Renee DeYoung, Kevin Hanks.
Funny. There's more to it. They've had something else in the filing. Oh, barbecue is consolidating up here. Ooh, we'll break 30.
That even though inflation has cooled off, it may not have such an easy trip to
Wow, look at this,
deeper
guys.
levels. Vincent, if it is cooling enough, though, could we have some rotation in these markets?
Very fun,
Into
yeah.
some more cyclical
Good.
assets, you know, if we're not getting
Yeah,
this
good
economy
before end
falling
of day.
apart?
Sure. Might see a higher high here, though.
That's the message really for the past couple days.
It's not a huge plummet. I mean, VWAP's at what, 27, 22? If we break this high, the VWAP's coming up. We might end up with VWAP up at this resistance by end of day.
Kind of getting a bit better, and I would stress that the improvement is very tiny.
Yeah, we're watching AREB. You know, it's reverse split and it's ripping.
Up until last week, really, you know, it was only 8 stocks, and the rest of the market was down. So even after the move of the past couple days, we still have a majority of U.S. stocks trading below the 200-day moving average.
Here's on Mullen now. Since you guys were just talking about it, we just did a little TA on it, and then just all of a sudden it starts ripping.
The market is getting into a danger zone here with this extraordinary.
Curious if you get an engulfing candle here.
Historically,
But you do have this RSI divergence. Price action starting to flatten out.
And I would argue that, you know, a strong economy is still bad for the stock market because
These fail still though, but is a nice kind of leading indicator. One of the only ones I really use.
Has been very clear on,
But it helps if it's supported with support, resistance, or kind of good price action. If it's just a downtrend, you keep getting RSI divergences, or an uptrend, the same thing. It's like,
shifting yields, which I think
doesn't matter as much.
Given the level of valuations that we're at.
What makes you think bonds will become a problem for stocks again when the correlation 30 days 10-year yield in the S&P right now, as you know, I can tell you're not, is high, and that's positive. That means that yields on days where they've been going up, stocks have been going up too.
You're right. I mean, we've seen this.
Congratulations, Bruce.
Last year we had bonds and stocks moving together, and so
Which price? This would be one of my prices right here at 30 cents.
The disinflation trade, right? Where we're coming back to the
next price would be 35, 35.70 there.
Levels are getting problematic.
Then 40 cents.
Like a buffer on rates after the Silicon Valley Bank panic. Rates have dropped a lot. So, you know, it was okay. But now we're getting close to level that start to hurt for the stock market.
Depends on how you're trading it.
You know, 4% on the 10-year is not that far.
If you're profitable right now, like overall in barbecue, congratulations for one.
Historically, whenever it got to that
most
point,
aren't.
We get to the point where, you know, higher yields start to be bad for stocks. Especially again, let me stress again that the valuation, really we have a big valuation problem, which
I'll tell you. I mean, if you're listening, I'll tell you when I'm closing shares, taking profits.
Vincent, what will you be watching for to know if stability in the economy is...
Doesn't mean I'll time it right, but you can ask me why I'm doing it there.
It sounds like maybe equities will be one tell if the equity market correlation goes back to a...
And if you're a really nice viewer, supporter, you'll tell me when I should take profits.
yields don't respond, then what else do we look for?
And
You know,
tell me
what's going to tell us, all right,
quit being greedy.
this is kind of back
And then I'll choose to listen to you or
square
not
one
listen to
here.
you.
They let, you know, transitory repeat itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be
Like right here, maybe I should be. I can't though. Yeah, I don't.
rally, right? I mean,
I entered a lot of it today, so I'm not going to get out of it today.
declining earnings, and the market's like, well, don't worry, it's kind of
Oh, I totally
transitory,
forgot I
it's
could
gonna
use
get
this
better.
account for some day trades as
Now we
well.
have this narrative, which have been behind all the time, that you know that the economy
True.
was much stronger than people were giving it credit. People were jumping to call a recession, and now the market accepted that. But we need to see the earnings turn. We cannot have the high rates and declining earnings and elevated, and this is impossible trinity, right? One of these things need to give. My view is that it's going to be valuations. One where I could be wrong is that we see earnings actually do improve, which is what
300. There you go.
this should be the bottom for earnings, and then we should see them grow by 7-8% by the end of the year. That is really the Goldilocks case.
$200 or $300 in profits.
I don't believe that's going to happen. I think we have significant margin pressure. The reason the economy is strong is because the labor market is
Still holding the right shoulder in this little inverse head and shoulders up here. It's a nice looking bull flag.
So it's hard for me to see all of that together.
We didn't look at VWAP. This would just look like a nice bullish chart
companies knocking
with room to run.
This quarter, yeah, we can probably keep going for another.
All that horsepower and nowhere to gallop.
I expect the rally to be of a different nature than more of a risk-on, small cap, value-led, kind of a continuation of the move of the past month.
Vincent, this week we're going to get a lot of data. Durable goods, we're going to get the last look at
I still haven't gotten back into GNRC.
Last reading were very interesting because we printed 260, but marginally better than expected, and bonds actually sold off on that day. We get more from Jerome Powell, but who knows what he can tell us. He already has.
Beyond down 7.5.
On Friday. Which of these data points is most important to you?
Me down 2.5, 2.3.
To me, it's the labor market, and I expect the labor market to remain tight, even if we see an increase in jobless. I mean, jobless claims, not necessarily a big deal because we see participation raising at the same time. The pace of job creation is just not consistent with an economy that's going to turn in 6 months. I look a lot at the construction sector because typically the construction sector leads broad payroll by 6 to 8 months. And
hey, Joseph. Afternoon to you.
Strength in the construction sector. Job openings are up.
You're up 40%. Not bad.
So again,
I don't know.
The labor market turn.
Gotta have a plan before you enter. Scale out. To play free.
At this point, even the Fed hasn't gotten the memo.
Take some profits if you can.
I think what Powell is looking for.
I don't know what you're. Oh, August 18th. Got a lot of time.
Stability report. And have one more look at the regional banks.
I mean, August 18th.
To get the all clear.
There's no August 18th.
And I think they will get that.
Wait, that was July. Oh, the monthly August.
I think we move on towards a July hike.
I mean, you can always take profits and then get back in.
Everything that's priced in for the market. The market really expect that we're going to be at the terminal rate in July. I don't believe that's the case. I don't believe that's what Powell said either at the testimony.
Leg into it.
At the meeting.
A lot of options. Chart still looks bearish, but yeah, you might see a bounce.
It's going to be.
I mean, most of your bounces maybe already happened. This bounce up to VWAP. This was the time to take it. That's inverse head and shoulders.
Starts to slow, which is not happening. It's stabilizing at 5-6%, but that's not good enough to get back to 2%.
Okay.
But you've got a pretty nice entry on it. You've got 40%. Well done.
In terms of the possibility of the job market firming from here, Vincent, can you answer that within like 60 seconds? Is there any precedent for an employment trend looking like it's reversing and then kind of going back down? Like if we think about like jobless claims, is it possible
Barbecue hanging out at that high?
Down if the Fed pauses and lets things firm up?
LG, what is it? It's so crazy. All the SLG is ripping today. What the heck? One of you guys mentioned that this morning. Is that you? 20%? I don't know why this one's so volatile. It doesn't make. I don't know what's wrong with SLG. Looks nice though. Broke that 27 level.
About a big tech layoffs? No, I haven't.
Yeah, looks good up until like $30. Weird how this one's so volatile though. Catches me out for a REIT. Doesn't seem like it should be that volatile.
I think the focus has completely shifted among big tech
Look at the IV.
efficiency to
Like a
now
good one for
growth,
some
and
theta
then
farming.
the next shiny thing into AI. So I do think that we could see actually
Weird how
a
much
decrease
retail sentiment
in the
this one
number of
has. I don't
especially
understand it.
on so we have tech and then also the construction sector. We'll have this
What's the yield
very
on here?
strong number of new home starts.
11%. That's super high.
If tech stops laying off people and we still see strong job creation in the construction sector and the rest of the economy is fine. So I really
Stuck
don't
with
see how we could
27
get
cents
much weakening
or
of
31.
the labor market from here.
All right, there it is.
31. Oh, they dropped their dividend. That's what that sell-off was from.
See if he sprinkles anything new in for us. Thank you, Vincent. Always appreciate the macro analysis.
Always a pleasure. Thanks, everybody.
Of the economy. Absolutely.
Been pretty consistent around that 30-cent range, huh?
Let's talk some Tesla.
What is this?
I gotta ask Ross
Oh, it's
about
COVID.
that video. Kind of looked like the Tesla was ready to go
Wait,
through a stop sign.
they used to do it 80 cents?
What was in control
Whoa.
and or who. Let's talk some Tesla.
Yeah, I guess after COVID they dropped it. This COVID? That's so weird. On a daily chart, that happens fast. Yeah, it seems like pretty legit. I mean, that dividend's high, but they stay pretty consistent. As far as the chart, looks nice. You'd enter at VWAP maybe. For your plan, your strategy. Barbecue rejecting 30 cents. Potentially. Got about 40 minutes to go. Waiting for it to expand. You say weekly, you're saying like daily candle, like what length candles? Oh, because we're pushing on the top of the band. I see what you mean. You want room to go, so you want to come back down here, back down to the mid or something, or lower, and have room to the upside. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's a good point. Buy, dropping there. What was that? Some news? That nice inverted cup and handle, or inverted head and shoulders. They had to go and do something like that. Alright, I'm out. Oh well. It's late in the day. Drop's climbing up a little bit on barbecue. It's not up here yet, but maybe bear trap. Yeah, some stop loss hunting. I'm not sure. I don't need a hold there. It broke the reason I was in it, so I'm good. It's towards the end of the day anyways. I'm not. Yeah, got nothing to prove here.
Gonna be like, Ross crashed his car on the news, So we took Dan O'Dowd for a ride on full self-driving in Santa Barbara last week, and we drove for like an hour all through Santa Barbara without any disengagements through the entire ride. It was really one of the best full self-driving drives we've ever had, and we'll be releasing our video this week, so you'll be able to see in real life like what really happened the entire drive, not just the end when I was trying to take Dan home. So after an hour of dealing with this guy and not having any disengagements, I was like, I'm just going to take you home because like, I don't think there's much else to do. So I was like kind of rushing to get him home. And when you drive in LA or in California, people do kind of crazy stuff. And when I was pulling up to that stop sign, the line for the stop sign was about 30 feet past the actual sign. So it looks like you're blowing through the stop sign, but the actual line for the intersection was about 30 feet past the stop sign. So when the lady turned in front of me, I just took over because she had cut into my lane. Like, I didn't even really think about it. I disengaged from autopilot in LA every time I use it. So it was really a non-event. So because Dan knows that our video will show an hour of just incredible full self-driving with him in the car observing this, you know, he's trying to jump the gun and put out a bunch of FUD. But, you know, we all know the truth, and the truth was on video.
So it seems like your point is that there's an hour-long video of the FSD working just fine. Why misrepresent the session by clipping the bit where there's this bit of a kerfuffle? I gotta say,
yeah, I was like,
though,
I need to show an example of disengaging. I was trying to find a scenario where I would have to do it. And because the other humans were involved and the lady cut me off a little bit, she kind of cut both of us off. I just disengaged. But once again, that's a reaction as a driver you would just take anyways. And that's why the safety features of full self-driving exist in the first place.
Oh,
It
barbecue's
doesn't
holding
say,
up still.
sit in the back seat and we'll drive you home. It's saying you have to pay very close attention. But if you actually look at the video itself, you can see when full
News after
self-driving
hours?
is engaged that it says
Maybe, I don't know.
is
Just because this rally?
stop sign.
Thinking
So the car was
someone
preparing to
new?
stop. It was just going to stop over where the line was, not where the sign was. And because the lady had cut into us, I just took over. It wasn't really a thought process.
Well, that was my response, and I do think it's worth some time to talk about this, frankly, because it's such a big deal for Tesla, the potential of this FSD, especially in the middle of this AI conversation, and the fact that really, of course, it only takes one mistake for there to be a major incident. It looked to me like your reaction speed was very good from the driver's perspective, because the fact that by the time that stop ended, the cars had to stop in the intersection because you were so close. At least it looked close to collision from the viewer's standpoint, that if you hadn't hit that brake, there was going to be a collision if the Tesla was on its own. Would that have been the case?
No, not at all. You know, once again, I
disengaged
soon enough that I don't know what the Tesla would have done, nor was
Ain't something completed 30 minutes ago?
You see what I'm saying? Like, the purpose of the software is not to try it out on humans who are not a part of this test. You know what I'm saying? So
The last tweet I saw of his is from an hour ago. Saying 50% chance this afternoon, evening, 40% chance tomorrow.
Let's see how it does with the other humans in this intersection.
Where are you getting he completed something 30 minutes ago?
You just drive safely. So at no time was anybody at risk of crashing. That is the misinterpretation of the video. At no time was anybody at any risk of crashing, and we were going very slow. In fact, it was 35 miles per hour, and then, you know, I hit the brakes and we stopped immediately. It's a very high-performing car, but I didn't slam on the brakes.
Oh, in the replies you said that?
Nobody honked. The lady didn't honk. Nobody. It was
no, I quit trading or holding overnight futures. Just
that happens every day with
I don't
humans
usually trade after hours, but sometimes I'll hold them overnight.
Sometimes
well, I guess sometimes I do trade after hours, but I'm not like looking at the charts at all. Sometimes I'll enter or exit positions. But no, just because of.
Yeah, I think the Tesla would have stopped.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. I've been doing it at 6. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of bias for a gap up tomorrow. I think we could, but I'm not like, okay, this is a pretty obvious gap up. I don't know.
But I didn't want to test that. I mean,
so I'll probably just wait.
With your body? You know.
No thanks. Well, it's you know, it's a function that's on a vehicle you can buy and drive around now. So I mean, it.
Yeah, the Patrick burn might just be complete.
So Tesla.
We don't. You might be talking about a coffee shop
which happen fairly often driving
that he's opening.
On full self-driving, and even if you're not on full self-driving, I've had it happen where like somebody cut me off or somebody stopped short and the car braked on its own.
Oh, he said 1 hour when you get it. If it's valuable, you must make it go viral. If you agree it is, and you would even a victory will retweet it if you mail a link. He's just promoting, dude.
Definitely not the car, but I don't know if I would have let it run for another like second. If I'm pretty sure
it's out or whatever. He said it's 10 minutes out, and that was an hour ago.
It's the goal of the software, and the whole point of this is that by having beta testers in the car observing this, that you're not creating accidents with innocent people. This is exactly the point of why Tesla has made this as safe as possible.
Jeez, all the stock tickers and the replies.
And that's what I think Dan is trying so hard to obfuscate, is that he doesn't want people to really
Being
see
told 10 minutes out.
Trust me,
He tweeted that at 2:29. That was an hour ago.
my team is working on it day and night
What
right
came
now
out 10
because,
minutes ago?
you know, we want to show everybody the real ride, and Dan definitely doesn't want you to see it. So look for this video. It's going to be great. It really is a summary of the entire hour drive without any incident. And, you know, I think full self-driving technology has come a long way. And this version, 11.4.4, was very impressive that day. And I think, you know, people should just calm down and just wait.
Do you think there's any connection to the stock softening up, or is that an exaggeration? I don't know.
That'll be the day. That'll be the day. If you want to stroke my ego, that's the way you do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't followed these people, so I don't know how common or uncommon it is that they hype stuff. If it's uncommon, yeah, they could see that they're getting some traction with, you know, individual investors in the market and just playing into it, just like RC does. I mean, he has a lot of attention from individuals in the market, and he plays into it. So if it's uncommon for them, typically, maybe they're doing that.
Thank you for that observation. I will be playing this.
Maybe they're just playing into it.
I'm going to play this for my wife.
I appreciate the catch up, Ross.
At a double bottom here, now we're getting kind of a longer time frame. You can see inverse head and shoulders.
Ross would encourage you to watch the full video.
Bullish on. I just don't want to mess around the last 30 minutes, really. I could. I don't know.
Coming up, Options Corner, bunch of bullish trades, including one in Lucid.
No.
As we continue to talk about partnerships within the EV world, it's Lucid and Aston Martin this time.
Alright, so we did a full partner barbecue. This day, we broke that bear flag right here. We entered in full port, but started to scale in. That was the day. Friday, no, not really, because Friday was the day I sold. Friday we're up against the resistance. I definitely wouldn't be buying it at the high there. Here we're on the breakout, which was today. At least that's how I trade, or try to trade. I don't get too involved with my emotions. Show fracking companies. Awesome. Easty, you got all sorts of calls, like 25 for August, January. I think both are gonna buy 20 in the money April 2024. I mean, there's people that are bullish in chat. I think you could see a bounce on it. I don't, I'm not like bullish on GME right at this point, but it has a clear rejection of that resistance. Made a big head and shoulders. You've got all the momentum indicators going down, but since we have been going down consistently for like 10 days, maybe you'll get a bounce back up to 25 or something. Today's probably not the day to close, but it could be the day to buy some. But since you're looking at longer term, it really doesn't matter a whole lot. Just wait till you get like a nice looking bottom, like here or here. Much win. Well, then move back down to VWAP. But it's holding above VWAP. Good.
It's still down significantly, and just last Friday,
Hard and Jimmy always.
an all-time low. So probably some much-needed benefit partnership on both sides here, but probably more for Lucid. And in that case, when we see a stock pop like that, inexpensive stock under $6 a share, we got some call buyers coming out of the woodwork and near-term options. In the June 30th weekly options that expire in just 4 days, traders bought over 40,000 of the 6 strike calls. Average debit of only 20 cents, so they're really inexpensive. So that break even of $6.20 over the next 4 days is about 10-11% above the current share price in there, with call volume about 4 times
YOLO, wow.
daily average volume. Now the stock did hit 628 and earlier in the session, so it was already above that break even.
Barbecue still hanging out at the highs.
Here, but not surprising.
Good consolidation.
Some people take some profits on that bump that we saw earlier in Lucid, but it is still up on the day.
Yeah, the potential payout of $230 million plus for this deal, and then shares of Aston Martin for Lucid. I mean, that's nice, but it's not really like a long-term bull case, I don't think, for this company that has been beleaguered by concerns about its ability to turn profit consistently before the economy slows down. So, yeah, the rally this morning, I'm not shocked.
Oh, I think you got it. Breaking news, shocking testimony from Patrick Byrne. His newsstands. Byrne's J6 testimony transcript is made public. Yeah, I think this is probably it.
Yeah, and think about this, Oliver. It's kind of a partnership of equals, right? Lucid's on the lower end of EV production and sales, but they're on the upper end of quality and the type of car that they're trying to sell. And Aston Martin
Didn't say Iwo Jima, but this is probably it. 30 cents there you have on barbecue.
They've got ultra nice cars,
looky.
ton of them.
All that volume, holy smokes. 30-10.
How about Delta, Tom? You got a trade here. Were you following along to my Twitter this past week?
30.48. Did it, guys. It hit 30 cents today.
This weekend, saying, I wonder what OJ's
20 minutes to go.
You tuned in. You saw my great video from the deep coach of Delta.
Yeah.
And I was pretty satisfied. I got to be honest. I haven't flown Delta.
Dude, that's the biggest volume we've had all day.
It was so easy, so simple. Everything was just like
187,000, 155,000. Right at 30 cents. Boom.
Both chargers.
Oliver, when I
so you can't find that barbecue ticker.
Showing that there was
3070.
Plug-ins. I had to take a step back. I was like, has this guy been on a plane in the last 5 years? Have you flown?
It worked. The catalyst worked.
Crapshoot, man. It's like 20% they work, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I get that. You see something shiny and new.
Why? We don't suck. This is good. We're breaking out.
I get it. But if you
can do it, you can do it to yourself.
Well, it was a newer plane, of course. But
REB still ripping. 31% on reverse split news.
That we've seen just this month and this year, and a lot of the airlines kind of fits into that narrative that travel is still booming, and sticky parts of the inflation there where airfares are high, but people are still paying that. Shares are up about 31% this year, about flat today, 18% so far this month.
We suck again.
Parabolic move there. Bank of America raised the firm's price target to 48 from 40, keeps a buy rating on the shares. As a wide-ranging note on the airlines, jet fuel is down 13% so far since early April. That's going to increase margins, and then Delta also has the benefit of their own refinery that they purchased in 2012. So maybe margins are going to continue to expand. And if you look at total available seat miles, those increased last quarter in the results.
Yes.
2% year over
Yes.
year. So margins starting to increase there as they're not lowering the prices of these flights, they're actually increasing them. But on the back of that note, we're seeing some call buyers in here also. And they weren't really short-term call buyers by any stretch of the imagination. They went out to the July monthly series. So you get 25 days till expiration. Trader bought over 5,000 of the 43 strike calls, average debit of 170. So that break even of 44.70 over the next 3.5 weeks, about 3.5% above the current share price, with call volume about 3 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last week of trading. So yeah, more bullish sentiment and call buying here.
That's been our trend.
Delta Airlines.
Today accelerated.
Okay. Upside call buyers, happy travelers like myself.
Do
I suppose.
that.
Okay. By the way, good looking chart. Also
31.30.
some credit there.
Yeah.
Up today too. So
Yeah.
cyclical trade happening. Last one, Intel, Tom. NVIDIA and some of the big recent winners on hold.
61 dockets. What in the world is in those?
Their shoes for a day or two.
Well, yeah. If you look at the recent meeting where they kind of laid out the plans to become more of a foundry as opposed to a chip designer, they're already talking about those cuts in expenses and cost savings that they're aiming for by the end of 2025. $8 to $10 billion across the board. They've made investments in Poland, $4.6 billion semiconductor assembly plant there. German government increased their scope on their wafer fab site that they're building.
Eyes coming down a little bit. Got about 15 minutes to go. Barbecue 31.50.
Talked about more collaboration there and a potential big plant there. So they've kind of during that webinar they focused on separating the two
News on the way, definitely.
into a foundry business. A lot of investors, a lot of traders think
Barbecue's
that
discussing the dockets.
Catalyst to send them higher because
Flies coming
they're
down there.
definitely lagging in as far as innovation.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with anything with the stock.
That didn't stop some traders coming in here buying some calls in Intel here. Out in the July monthly calls,
A lot of volume here.
34 strike calls. Trader bought over 10,000
Yeah,
of those.
that's
Average
great
debit
volume.
of $1.10. So that break even at 35.10 over
Quite a
the
bit
next
over
3.5 weeks.
twice.
That's only about 5% above the current share price.
Almost 3 times average volume from last week today on barbecue.
And most of it has to do with those investments that they're
31.50.
making
I put in a
globally.
resistance here at 31.90.
Try to capture some of that,
Not as strong of a resistance as 35, but
from Taiwan
might have some
Semi and
contention there.
Samsung, in the foundry side of the business.
Okay. Nice little rally today, 2%. It kind of does that on soft days for the other chip makers. Those two seems like they share the same flows where it's like a zero sum. One's
No, there's no
down,
news.
The other one's up, and then when NVIDIA and the others are ripping, Intel's way behind. So, all right, interesting find. Thanks, Tom.
Eyes coming down some.
Appreciate you viewing the Twitter as always, Tom. Jay Horn up next. Going to give us a rundown on some Apple products that are coming out soon. Then we'll trade some commodities with Chris Robinson as we head into the bell.
Yeah, coincidence with the price movement. You mean with his tweet? Yeah, just was the right time of day. At least that's what I think. Maybe there's some kind of deeper meaning to all of it. I don't know. I don't think so though. We suck again. GME selling off with this? No. My Tesla is though. Dang, dude. Look for an exit tomorrow on it. Tesla made a low of the day. AMC's barcoder. Nice barbecue volume. I can see. Getting shorted back down today. 15 minutes to go. Pretty choppy day, really. I'm glad they want to actually make money in this chop. Very easily can lose in a day like this. Oh, you got a Tesla put. So you hold out on us on that play, huh? Then you tell us about your bullish plays. I see how it is. 3180 on barbecue. 38%. That's a big day, man. We haven't seen a 38% day on here in a while. Been a long time. Yeah, this is the biggest day we've had on OTC. Or was this day bigger? All these days were bigger. Hard to tell because the price was so much cheaper. Those were 100% days. As far as candle size, today it's the biggest. %40 in the German market. Hey, E-Trade and Webull are lined up today. Imagine that. I think when it just gets so illiquid, they just kind of lose. There's not enough data, and they just are showing different prices in different brokerages. Maybe it's something like that. Because we got a lot of volume today, much more liquid, and our prices are the same. I guess, but seems logical. Supply coming down to the low of the day. Selling at $6. All right, sir. For a weak close here on SPY. George get a big rip end of day. 32.19, up almost 40% on barbecue. Well, so the German market, since the hours are different, their close and open are different times, so you're probably always going to get different percentages, right? Because they're counting from yesterday's close, which was at a totally different time. At least that's kind of what I noticed when we were watching it for pre-market. Low of the day here. 3 green dildos. Yep. 3 white soldiers. That's true. New low of the day on SPY. 431.60. Good thing I didn't go long here. I wanted to get back in it. But last 30 minutes. Kind of a dice roll. $32.40 was the high on barbecue. 40% green. That is neat. Wow, that was a big jump on this account. It's nice when you full port. Full port. One portfolio at least. Into something that works. 6%? Jeez. Interesting, there's not like much profit taking going on right now. It's just straight up. Strong close if we stay up around these levels. There's the SPY wick. Barbecue kind of wicked a little bit up there at the same time. Oh look, we're getting our VWAP up to that resistance. That's what I was hoping for. If it does make a move back down to VWAP, it's at the breakout of this bull flag. A little bit more and it'll get up there. But we might not be coming down to VWAP. Maybe tomorrow? Maybe today? Look at that, it was right on our line. 31.90 I put. Kind of a soft resistance, but I guess it's enough. The mic is low? My mic looks fine. I don't know. End of day, I'm chilling. Not yelling. Yelling.
Then that's a big sign. When a market gets news that should make it really rally and it can't hold a rally, shows you there's some other stuff
The
going
red
on
candle
in
on
there that's more
barbecue
powerful
30.88,
than
up
most people are looking at.
34%.
And again, what's that? It's supply and demand. The world is anticipating less demand. You've got a slowdown in China, relative slowdown in China. Ditto for Germany and the EU. You've got them hiking rates in England. So that's putting pressure on commodities, all commodities really.
Yeah.
If 30 cents becomes support,
Closely, slipping off
could be. We've also got kind of this deeper trend line,
you know, had a
which
decent
would
push
coincide with 30 cents.
and crude oil at least has managed to hold on to $70 roughly.
And then
There's
this
a lot of talk right
more
now
mellow
about
trend.
how, we are not going to have a hard landing in this economy. What
Hold on, what do you
crude
do?
oil range, Chris, makes sense to
Oh.
you in a soft landing or firm landing, or rather firm economy?
Well, if we don't slow down, if we don't drop into a situation, and I think the key number is what happens to the unemployment. If you don't have 2 or 3 million people in the U.S. unemployed, I think you keep the floor in there around $65, $60. Which, if you go back to 2018, 2017, it's kind of where we were.
Yeah. We might respect this trajectory for a bit, which would be crazy. How tomorrow goes.
From decades lows, negative in crude to above. People were talking about, here we go, 150.
Yeah, nice bull flag breakout on the hourly.
So I think things have settled down. We have been trending lower.
Volume looks nice.
I think that 65, 70, this may
Yep,
be where
solid.
if we go
Look at that tick up on the RSI on the daily.
recession, and if you have massive layoffs, you're going to have less people
61 today. This is the highest RSI's been in.
You'll probably go down and test those again, those old lows, that $60
Wow.
level. These markets, you've been doing this as long as I
Wow.
have. Markets like to go to round numbers, $70, $60,
Since February.
$50. Boy, as soon as we got to 85, people were
Interesting.
here we go, $100. So
Yeah, we might be
a lot of
heading up to $1 here pretty soon.
So we'll see what happens. I think 60, 62 is going to be tested here. When it's July, right? We're getting into the driving season, and you're not seeing that reflected in the price of crude. So I've watched that carefully. And you look at RBOB, diesel.
You'll see news maybe. I mean, now that it's OTC, it's just not going to be followed nearly as much.
See what happens with the economy too.
I'm actually surprised how much coverage this thing still has. It's just because of so much retail interest, but once stocks get that Q on the end, like, they just die as far as the spotlight goes.
I think our discussion here probably should start, Cooper, with economic data.
Do they have shares back?
And whether or not it's going to have the capacity to, wake this bond market up a little bit, as Chris and I are talking about here, it does seem like the chatter around.
No, still no shares available since this morning. I mean, when I say that, I'm just talking about iBorrow. There's shares available, but
yeah, you are right that we do get a lot of data, and hopefully it does wake the
yep. See, that's the lag. You see that? Yeah,
10:45
10:45 is last reported shares, and it was 67%. So orange line is your borrow fee. A nice trend up. When this thing comes back online and it refreshes with shares, you might see it at 80, 100, 200.
Consumer.
We'll
I
see.
think if you look at the housing data, it's probably going to show
Very
signs
bullish,
that it's
man.
starting to roll over. Maybe the worst is already behind us. I think that's a notable thing to watch because that has kind of an impact on the consumer.
Oh man, look at it.
So if we
Let's
as
keep going.
see our houses prices continue to go up and up and
5
up,
minutes.
that bodes well
Wow.
for just the feeling of overall kind of being able to go out there and spend. And we're very much a consumer-driven economy. But I think Friday is actually going to be the more important report to watch, Oliver, and that's when we're going to get PCE. So hopefully it does
Look
show
at
signs
that.
we are still seeing a
32
slowdown
cents.
in inflation. That would be my expectation, is that we're going to see a slowdown in inflation, and it's going
Spot
to
hanging out the lows of the day.
I don't think that it's really going to change the direction.
The
of
Tesla
Fed
play
policy
might not
at all.
work.
I think that it's going to take more than just one report to change that. And and we know the Fed has been laser focused on bringing inflation down. So there is a lot coming up this
Could
week.
still be this cup.
To smooth the markets, and also keep in mind that we're going into the 4th of July holiday. Even though markets aren't closed on Monday, a lot of traders, a lot of desks may be closed or at least lower staffed there. So liquidity could be an issue at the end of the week, and especially early.
Oh, Aston Martin's rallying on that news. ARGGY.
Data points to impact the stock market, Nate, with inflation on Friday. You know, Powell, we've already kind of heard from him. But to Cooper's point, you know, we are getting a big slate of numbers. If anything doesn't go according to expectations,
No 5 minutes of Fugazi. No 10 minutes of Fugazi. What's on here?
No, I don't
No
think so.
5-finger slap.
If you look at the probabilities, it's basically one more cut in one more hike.
Wow.
Excuse me, 25
What
basis
a weird
points
close.
in July, and then they're done.
Very chill.
And I think if you're,
Barbecue is going to close up here. That's wild.
with a bullish thesis, you got to be thinking
That's
that
crazy.
we're not going to get a recession. So you've got to kind of dismiss leading indicators, inverted bond yield curve, that kind of thing. But you've also got to think, okay, well, what about those interest rates that we've seen, the 500, over the last 15 months prior to?
Got you guys. You can't hide.
So it's going to come down to earnings.
Not only am I Ryan Cohen, but I also control the stock price. New low of the day there on SPY. Down 0.4%. Flushing into close.
Global kind of softening economic data, looking at China.
Might be looking for this support before bounce actually. This cup might be failing today.
You can still get 5%
430.30.
So if you're bullish right here, you've got to feel pretty optimistic that the Fed has already basically
Seems like it.
some kind of a soft landing, and they likely only have one more to
Yeah,
go.
actually, we're gonna get a close. Close down here.
On any rate cuts, because why would
Gonna close those shorts.
do any type of cuts
Yep.
unless there is an economic
Volume.
reason for that? They want to save that ammunition. And I will say further down the line,
Wow, yeah.
that will
3
be
times the volume of last week.
in terms of the Fed having this much ammunition, which they haven't had in a long time, to lower those.
32.80. No way, barbecue. No way. Coming into close with that strong move. I guess the rip into close, like you guys were saying, is happening. I mean, it looked good all day. We had the bull flag. Broke out to the upside. That's what we get. I wasn't sure. It started hitting resistance here, but bounced nicely.
Possibility of rate cuts in the near term. We saw last week when the dots plot came out, showed
I kind of thought initially it would break through this because this is so close, but yeah, the way the price actions on OTC is just so much nicer. It's not like barcoding, which it kind of is, but I don't know. Just seems so much less manipulated for whatever reason. High frequency trading, dark pools, I don't know. The lack of those things.
Don't think that we are going to cut. We are expecting to increase rates again. And we've also heard from other
huge day on barbecue, 42%. A couple 100% days I think are coming.
On this rate hiking cycle. We saw that, last week during Powell's congressional testimony. The week before was the FOMC meeting. So I'm getting my dates a little
Maybe a couple more 50%. I guess 100% would put us
I don't expect things really
pretty
to
high up.
change going forward. They're going to continue to try to jawbone the market.
You're about to be fired. 32.80 was the high of the day on barbecue. No profit takers here. Just buyers, man. That's crazy. People loved the Patrick Barnes tweet.
To cut in the very immediate term. And like Nate was saying, they'll probably hold
32.01, 32 cents. Now a support on 30 cents is even more likely, I'd say, for tomorrow.
Really don't want to see inflation get out of control.
Really cool.
True. All right, stocks kind of fading into the bell.
Wish my other bullish Tesla play would work, but well.
It just doesn't have the same power when small to mid caps are your leaders. I guess we're kind of learning that firsthand here a little bit.
Could be $1 this. Fired. Could be $1 this week.
There's a broadening of the rally. I mean, you look at the chart of the Russell, and it ran
Could be. There you go. There you have it, man. It's crazy.
Rolled over a little bit there, so that's kind of dampening some of that
10,000 decimal for hours.
we're all clear in terms
Fire.
of the Fed and the economy looks good. Let's go for the cyclicals and that type of thing. So, yeah, right now it still feels like we still need to consolidate. I mean, that rubber band got pretty darn stretched when you look at technology. So it feels like we have some
Yeah,
more
we'll see, trader.
consolidation to go. Let's not forget that we're in the month of June, which is
What
the
a
second
day.
worst
What a
performing month
way to start the
historically.
week.
And I will say this, though, for the Bulls,
That
there are
is
two
sick.
ways to consolidate.
Thank you guys for your likes today. We're at 40 on them. Well done.
We could just
Got the
chop
4 o'clock
sideways
bell
for a
there.
little bit as we meander around
Exciting
and
day.
make our way towards earnings season.
Nice push through this level here.
There is going to be some expectation.
Don't regret selling last week at all. Very happy I waited for today to buy back in.
It's going to show up that quickly, but everybody's not Nvidia, but that'll be something that we're going to have
Yeah,
to
cool. This is cool.
reassess since we have
And I closed a lot of positions to be able to buy, so it's crazy. Took good.
when earnings begin to roll in.
Looking good. Bull flag breakout. Tons of volume today. 3 times the volume of last week. A single day. Average. Got a couple different little trend lines we started drawing there. Looking for the high here, the 35-cent area. See if we build a cup and then a handle. If we start to see resistance here, I'll probably will take profits. And then we'll just be looking for some TA for a handle after retracement. If I take profits and then it breaks out and finds support, I'll jump back in. Kind of the same spot, hopefully, or close to it. Not the same spot, but close to it. But yeah, I think we could break through this 35 this week. Not a whole lot left after this, honestly. Till like 55. $1.20 is closer and closer. Yeah, we might have some big days in the next couple of weeks. Nice. Close the day strong. See if what trend lines hold tomorrow. It's kind of this steep one we started to build just today, mixed with yesterday. But yeah, I respected it twice, 3 times today. Also lined up with yesterday where we started moving up. The trend from the bottom where we bought back in, that one's not quite as aggressive. So we could get a pullback, a bounce back on that. Have to wait and see. And maybe that would come after we hit 35. So make it like a 35 and then a pullback to this trend line, which would be your handle on that cup. And you'd look for a reversal there to go back long. Cool, man. That's sick. Nice day. 26 actually played out. And the 27 type day might also. I'm hyped. GME's down 2.8. It's still looking bearish to me. Has been for a bit. But you might get a bounce on there since it has literally sold off for like 10 days. Yeah. But it's moving with the SPY, and the SPY is pretty bearish today, down 0.5%. Not crazy. I thought inverse cup would be hitting here. Seems like it's kind of failing it now. So now I'm looking for maybe 430.30 for support before a potential move up. But we'll see. This could all just kind of wick out of here. Well, just this really. So not sure about tomorrow, but if we don't have kind of a gap up, kind of open here, we'll just look out for this to become resistance. It's 431, 432, where we 31, yeah, this whole area. If that becomes resistance, then for sure. Seems like 430.30 is on the table, and then see if it bounces on there and make a cup, or sorry, inverse handle. So we could get a little short in the morning and then a long, and then we might have a good sustained rally for 2-3 days. Back up into 435, 436 range. So yeah, it depends on the gap though. If we have a big gap one way or the other, see how that changes things around. Algo's getting lazy. 8% buy versus sell. It's kind of irrelevant since it has nothing to do with how many shares are bought and sold transactions. Almost 40% on barbecue. 31.98 price. Closed at least on Weeble. Not sure if that'll stick. Thanks, Christopher. Thanks, DIY. Yes, indeed. Good day for barbecue. You guys for the support. We got to... I didn't do any polls today. We got to 40 likes. 42 likes. Thank you, guys. Ace. Sir, thank you for your gifted memberships. You're a legend. Dragon. Sinkarovic. Thank you for your donation. Appreciate it. Hopefully, you're not getting wrecked too hard on Turka. Yeah, Turka is a sketchy one to hold, honestly. It's could get a bounce, but it's not based on anything other than it's just selling off a lot, so maybe it'll bounce. But I would probably be exiting that one. Thank you, Archer, Sterling Archer, for your donation today, sir, and your support. I appreciate it. We'll see you on IWM up at 3, whatever you said, or 1. I don't remember what the price was. We'll see you up here on that gap fill. Exciting. Thanks, Trace. Thanks, Tasty. Thanks, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Ooh, hope you guys have a good day. Good rest of your evening. See you on Discord. Pinned in the comments. Jump on there if you haven't. It's free to join. See you on Twitter. Maybe we'll go tweet at Patrick Burns. Say he was the catalyst. You didn't even realize it. Thank you guys so much. Have a good rest of your day. We'll see you later. Peace out.